Good morning.
Good morning, Henry.
What's up, Mike? How are you?
Good. How are you? Good. Feels good to be back again. I mean, I know another long break. You had the surgery and stuff. How do you feel, I guess, going into this fight week compared to the last one with the super long layoff?
Yeah. I think it's. I think it was good. I think the fact that I fought for the first time after 3 years was great. Getting 5 rounds under my belt. I think these 3 rounds are going to be nice. I've been doing 5 since 2018 since I won the title. So it's been cool to kind of just train for 3.
Yeah. How do you pace yourself differently, or how is that going to change your approach to the fight, knowing that you got to win 2 of those 3 rounds if it does go to the judges?
Yeah. No. Of course, man. And you're going up against a dude that has a gas tank too. So it's almost like we train for like 5 rounds, in that sense. So I think there is a certain pace to it. But obviously, it's you do have to take your time too, and have to be very methodical because that 1 minute period is also crucial too.
Do you take the stylistic matchup here a little bit like personally? Merab has most takedowns in this division. He set the record for most takedown attempts last time. We know your wrestling credentials. So do you take this as like a different type of challenge, knowing that he's going to try to get you down over and over and over, probably?
Yeah, of course. But the thing is can you control somebody up top? That's the key. A takedown does mean something, but if you can't hurt somebody up top, I mean, this is where Khabib made a living. This is where Islam, a lot of these Dagestanis are making a living, and they're taking it from the Americans. They're taking it from folk style wrestling, tying up the legs, top control, things like that. So, sure, I guess if you want to play it that way, we can play it that way. Yeah, I'm taking it personal.
Can you just clarify the whole story here this fight week with Eric Albertine? I know he was just on the MMA Hour, and he did kind of say he wasn't really with you too much through the camp, but seemingly you guys kind of reunited on fight week. Like, what was the training situation, and if you guys didn't work together, why was that?
Yeah, no, I think with Eric, obviously he has Patricio Pitbull, and he had Paulo Borrachinha, who are out there. They both fight. Paulo fights this weekend with me, and then Pitbull fights the following weekend. And I just felt like it would be unselfish of me, especially when he has 2 guys. And obviously I've been away for such a long time. At the same time, I did need a little break from Captain. And but it worked out perfect. I mean, obviously, we did chit chat, over the phone periodically. I let him know like everything that's going on. And, I brought in Josh Kramer. I brought in my brother to help me out a little bit as well. We brought Memo Torres, 2012 Olympian, all my weight class. So, it was good. But you could never have. Would Michael Jordan exist, without Phil Jackson? Should I keep going?
we heard them. So he will be in your corner on fight night, though?
Of course, man,
Okay, and last thing I wanted to talk about, I think you put a video out this morning kind of saying you want to do 2 fights in this division and then go up. What's kind of the game plan here? Do you feel like a title shot will be on the line here if you get the win and you can fight the winner of Cheeto and O'Malley?
Yeah, of course. That's the plan. I mean, my goal, and you guys are, and I'm probably going to get a lot of shit for this, but the goal is still 145 pounds. Like, I've already conquered and I've already defended my 135-pound weight. I lost my last fight through split decision, but the goal I'm not wavering from the goal of going up. So I just feel like win over Merab, and then get the winner out of Cheeto and Sean, and then I want Volko, whoever has about 145 pounds, and I feel like I've earned it. I feel like with my accolades and the merit that I've been able to do in combat sports, I don't think you could deny me. And yeah, and to top all that off, this is all or nothing. And I told the team, I sat with the team, I was like, hey guys, I'm here to, it's either gold or bust. Like, I either win it all or I'm not going to have it at all, and I'm out. I'm done. So I am putting that timeline, that pressure on me, because I do take this sport serious. And people are like, oh, you retired? I was like, dude, I've done everything there is to do. What the fuck? Like, what do I got to prove? Like, now it's just, it's a motivation more kind of motivated by a little bit of anger, kind of pissed at myself a little bit, but it's still motivated.
In the back of your head, do you look at what this event is and feel like if that one judge scored it different for you against Aljo, you would have fought Sean, and then you could be here fighting Volk in the main event of this card.
Yeah. But it is what it is, and I can't be mad at it too, because I've always been that guy. It's like I have to win decisive. You have to win decisive, man. You can't just base anything off a kick or off of a punch. I will say this: I did win the 5th, dude. I don't know how I lost that 5th. You know, accumulated more punches, got the only takedown. But anyways, that's what it is. But moving forward now, obviously I got Merab now, and I look forward to that fight.
Henry, with the Aljo fight, how much of the loss do you put on the fact that you'd just been out for ages? You know, if you'd have come in that with a bit of momentum, do you think you could have won it more decisively in your mind, or won the fight?
Yeah, of course, if you have more time, but that has nothing to do with him or anything. That's on me. You know, of course, if you have more time, it would be different. But what can I do? Cry you a river? I already cried.
With Merab, how highly do you rate his wrestling, right? Because, yeah, he has the most takedowns, but it's usually like he spams takedown attempts but doesn't necessarily get the person down. So is that good, or is that just his cardio being used as a weapon?
It's just cardio. It's just cardio. His gift is not even the wrestling aspect of it. He understands his threshold, and how is it that he knows how to control that gas tank, and how is it that he just understands that thin line of where is it that he could push people and then continue to keep pushing there when people kind of fall off. You know, he looked really impressive against Peter. You know, Peter is like, damn, like since the beginning he started the level changing the wrestling. And made Peter kind of get into scrambles and then continued it. And once Peter kind of started showing his cards, like, you know what, I'm just going to continue it for 5 rounds. So his gift is obviously, you know, what's made him has been the wrestling stuff, but I think his gift now is just his cardio, him understanding his threshold.
In a way, I mean, obviously you still think you're the best in the world. In a way, is this fight stylistically the perfect chance to prove that you are the best, right? Because stylistically, you know, he's going to come at you. He's the younger guy. He's going to just continually try and push your cardio. If you can beat this guy, it shows that you can beat anyone with.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think even between me and Merab, I think this is the best fight. This is the best fight at 135 pounds. This is the real world title. You know, Sean's gonna pick a number 6. He's gonna pick a guy that freaking lost, you know, 50-45 to Sanhagen. Like, that's who gets a title shot? It makes no sense, but I also get it. I also get the theatrics and the entertainment side of it. I think, you know, Sean was able to create that. When you're a champ, you have that leverage. So, you know, to me, this fight here decides who the best in the world is.
Last one for me, just going back to the Captain Eric thing. Was the countdown thing, like, legit? Was that the first time you had spoke to him about it, or was that you'd had a conversation before that? What happened on the countdown episode?
I don't kiss and tell, but I will let you smell.
It's the weirdest thing you've ever seen.
Dude, guys, if you guys don't know, me and Captain there, we always have shit under our sleeves. Did you guys enjoy the acting skills?
I was actually very impressed with Eric's acting skills, yeah. It was very good.
Henry, right here?
Yeah.
When you said earlier it was all or nothing this fight, does that mean if it ends up being nothing, that's going to be a retirement after this fight?
Yeah, 100%.
How much pressure does that put on yourself?
It's a big time pressure, because I know I got to fight. I know, you know, you got to put these clauses on you. You know, I'm not going to continue to fight to fight, man. My goal is, I'm too competitive, man. I want to be the best in the world. I want that belt, and I really want that other one. So that's kind of where I'm at. So if I can't have that, then I don't want anything. Then keep it all. You know, it's like, why did I retire? It wasn't even a money thing. It was like, what else is motivating me? I mean, I was part of it too. I would have loved for Uncle Dana to maybe give me a bump on my raise after defending both my belts. But it is what it is. You know, I respect the shit out of him. I mean, what he was able to do with this company to where it's at now. I mean, if you guys think about it, fighters are the most respected athletes on earth. You know, you walk down the street, you get freaking these bodybuilders. Oh man, can I take a picture with you? So I appreciate that, man. I think Dana's done a lot, but it's on me now to go out there and accomplish what I'm trying to set out to do. And if I can't have it, then I just don't want it.
That seems a little different than from the mindset when in your first retirement, because you did have gold and you were about to go on a run of defending your titles multiple times and maybe a long title reign. Do you regret the original retirement in any ways and maybe establishing yourself a little bit more?
No, No, and I truly mean that. Like, for those who don't know, even when I won the Olympics, I retired for 3 years too. You know, and I started kind of figuring out that I'm more of a conqueror. Like, what is it like? What did I set out to do? And I was watching a little highlight on Usain Bolt, and they had asked him, "Is like you saying like you're still young to? You could have probably maybe done 2 more Olympics." And he was like, "You know what? I asked Michael Johnson something. You know, Michael Johnson, 96 and 2000 Olympic champ, which is one of my inspirations too." And he asked him the same question: "Why did you retire? You could have gone more." He was like, "That's all I said. I just wanted to. I wanted to." Be, and then Usain Bolt was like, "I just wanted to become, an Olympic champion at 3 different Olympics, to separate myself and be different." And I think for me that was always my goal. My goal was to always become the greatest combat athlete of all time, do something that's never been done. So even that fight week after I beat Dominic, after I retired, I didn't even tell my team. I'm like, no, it's in my heart to just like, I'm out. But even prior to fighting Dominic, like I was out for like that whole year. Dude, I had the time of my life. You imagine being out with the shoulder injury, people get depressed. Dude, I had fun. You know, doing business. At that time I was single. So, you know, just doing that whole 9. And I just knew that when you do something from the age 11 and you become the best, and I want first high school wrestler to win a senior national title. The stuff that I was able to do in the sport and then do it now in mixed martial arts, I was like, dude, I was content. So this comeback, why I came back, because I felt like I could do it again. But now it's up to me. I go back, I either get it all or I don't want it at all. And I've already talked to my team, I already told my team that I'm just too competitive, man. I'm not trying to be a fighter. I'm either the best in the world or not.
The last question for me, Henry. A lot of fighters, I'm sure, would like a knockout because that's a definitive statement in a fight. But given the stylistic matchup, would you maybe prefer grappling him over the course of 15 minutes and really establishing and proving yourself there?
Of course, like we're ready. Like, and I think they know that. Like I'm pulling out all the tools. You know, he's gonna come. He's gonna pressure. He's going to shoot. Like you won't be able to change Merab or Merab. You just won't. You know, that's who he's gonna be periodically. So for these last 8 weeks, we've trained for that style because he's not gonna change. So it's an opportunity for me too.
All right, good luck on Saturday.
Grazie.
Henry over here. Over here. So Dana White spoke about your fight with Merab, and you said that when he thinks about this fight, it's kind of like 2 guys that have made previous mistakes in their career. And in your case, he's referring to the first retirement. And then in Merab's case is the fact that he decided to sit out from a title shot because his friend held the belt. So I want to just ask, do you agree with that statement, and how do you see it?
I mean, that's Dana. I mean, that's Dana's opinion. But yeah, I mean, he could be right. At least, you know. Why am I coming back then, right? I should have just stayed retired. Time is everything, you know, and I knew that coming in. But think about it too, though. Fuck, I lost split decision my last fight. You know, I've found those learning lessons. But now it's time to put up or shut up. So I respect that from Dana.
Okay,
He's
and
definitely right about Merab. You know, he was Aljamain's butt plug for too damn long. I would have fought that dude in a heartbeat. Any of my friends, they know it.
And I don't want to continue the retirement trend, but if you were to retire this Saturday or after you accomplish all of your goals at 145 and everything, how do you envision your life after that? Do you envision yourself staying in these gyms, active with other fighters, or do you kind of just want to shy away from the game completely?
No. I think, man, there's a lot, man. Like, I'm not a coach. I'm more of a teacher and a counselor. You know, when you get guys like Jones to come out, and work with you on 5-6 different occasions, Demetrius Johnson, Wei Lee, Davidson Figueiredo, Yuri Prochazka, Chris Cyborg, Korean Zombie, like the best of the best, like the cream of the crop. Like, they understand, like, you know, put the king of cringe aside, man. The dude knows what the fuck he's talking about. Like, the experience that I bring, I kind of want to share that with people. So I've thought about that stuff a lot too. Continue delivering content through my YouTube, and a lot of it's like I'm really honest with on all of my assessments. Like I never really sugarcoat anything. So I think that's what I love, and I think And I think looking forward, once I'm done with my fighting career, I do want to open those doors to a lot of the elite athletes. I'm not here to recruit you. No. Come over, work with me for a week, work with me a couple weeks. Let me counsel you. Let me structure your team. Let me show you how to peak and do things correctly. And let me help you in that sense. I've been talking to Sidikov. He's a Russian Olympic champion, multiple-time world champion at 74 kilos. He has beaten every good American that you can think of. And I've been chatting with him. And Bahrain, too, from India. There's another multiple world medalist. I mean, these are the guys that come up, and I would love to really bring those guys up to eventually make them Olympic champs. I mean, UFC champions. So, like the teaching and the counseling aspect of it, like I'm going to open the doors to whoever wants to come and actually learn. I'm not here to recruit. I'm not here to steal you from your team. I'm just here to teach you and counsel you. 'Cause that's what I tell everybody. That's what I tell John. John, I'm not here to fucking recruit you, man. Like, I'm not here. Not one time I'll tell you, hey, come over here. I'm your coach. Blah, blah. Like, no. Like, I'm gonna share my knowledge with you, and then you tell me if I'm right, because I base everything off of position. And obviously the mental side of it. How is it that you should view it? And I think that's why I'm able to get along with these people, because I don't want anything in exchange. Just a little bit of content. That's
awesome. And final one from me. Obviously, big title fight on the same card and in March in Miami. So how do you see the Topuria and Volk fight going, and how do you see Sean O'Malley versus Chito Vera rematch going?
That's a good one. I like Ilia, but I know Ilia is also going for Merab. And I think me and Volkanovski kind of shook on it yesterday. He's like, I'm going for you, so you better go for me. But I think it's hard to bet against a guy like Volkanovski. But I said it before, the time to fight Volk would be now. Get him right after a knockout. You know what I'm saying? Could the Matador and Ilia Topuria get him to exchange? Could Volkanovski break him with his lateral movements? Bring back those fakes, inside kicks, play the mouse rather than the cat. If he's able to, it's really Volkanovski's game plan's going to change it, because we know that Ilias is going to come, and he's going to go. But I think the biggest key for Volkanovski is going to be the leg kicks. If you watch his last fight, Ilia against Josh Emmett, Josh Emmett was 7 for 7 and stopped kicking. Volkanovski, watched some of my fight feedbacks. He'd, which I know a lot of these guys have watched it. But anyhow, I think I like them both. But if there's one guy that needs to make the adjustment in that fight, it's Volkanovski. Because power, that button right here after getting knocked out, if Ilia touches it there again, when that dude has power, it could be a good night for Volk too.
You see the O'Malley and Chito one going?
O'Malley and I still got Chito. I think if Chito is able to make this dude fight, I think if Abel is able to bring that grit like he did that first fight, like every time I see O'Malley look at the clock, and every time I see him do that, and he throws a lot, just make him work, good defense, like build that callus in your body to where you're able to take these hits, good defense. I think Chito stops him in the 5th, maybe even 4th, but he has to bring that fight in the beginning. Make him fight. Okay, sacrifice the first round, but make him throw, make him fight you, make him fake, make him do all that. And if you're able to do that, the way you beat O'Malley is through the gas tank. Go back and look at all his fights. Study his demeanor. Study when is it that he's looking at the clock. Push the pace. Push the pace, and I'll do like that real quick.
Hola Henry, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas. Te quería preguntar si crees que la clave del combate, aunque ahora te hemos escuchado en inglés, pero bueno, para que los aficionados españoles o hispanos también lo sepan, si crees que la clave del combate contra Merab Dvalishvili va a estar en la lucha o en tu striking.
Just for the crowd, I know you've answered this in English, but do you think that the key for your fight against Merab is it going to be in the wrestling or in striking?
Va a ser en los dos. Es en los dos, o sea, no va a ser una pelea de solo lucha o de solo striking. Es quién es la persona que puede mixturar todo mejor y quién es la persona que tiene el mejor plan y táctica. ¿Y quién es la persona que se puede ajustar? So, es mucho más complicado que nada más, él tiene el wrestling, él va... No, porque yo también tengo rodillas. Yo también soy campeón olímpico también.
I think both. I'm not going with the expectation that it's going to be just striking or just wrestling. I think he's the person that's going to be able to adjust and change the game plan to things, and wherever the fight goes. And I'm not just that. I got more things. I got some knees. I got some other things. I'm an Olympic champion.
También te quería pedir, por favor, aunque lo hemos escuchado en inglés, un pronóstico del combate de Ilia Topuria contra Alexander Volkanovski.
Now, in Spanish, for the crowd, what do you think is going to happen between Ilia and Volkanovski?
Yeah, yo creo que primeramente Ilia es un muchacho bien fuerte, bien fuerte. Yo también fui invicto. Yo también tenía esa fe de ganarle a un muchacho que tiene mucha más experiencia que yo, en Demetrius Johnson. Pero cuando entras a ese nivel del 1%, cambia un poquito, porque Volkanovski no es un menso. Se puede ver un poquito menso y tonto, pero no es. El muchacho patea, el muchacho sabe derrubar, el muchacho tiene potencia también. So, para mí, Volkanovski, lo que él va a hacer en la pelea es que los movimientos, esa va a ser la clave para él contra una persona como Ilia. ¿Por qué? Porque Ilia es aquí. Va y va para matar. ¿Sí me entiendes? O sea, él va aquí. Volkanovski, si él puede usar esto, bien. Pero si él sí lo puede encontrar con la presión y llegar con él directo, a mí la probabilidad de que Ilia le gane a Volkanovski va a ser por knockout. Pero más que todo eso, a mí va a ser una pelea difícil.
Y la última para mí,
Solo para la gente. I was once that guy. I was once, undefeated. I was once that guy that was coming up, and I had all this faith. It's against Demetrius Johnson. I just had all that. But once you get to the 1%, once you get to the top echelon, things are different. It's a different game out there. Obviously, sometimes Volkanovski doesn't. Listen, he's very smart. He knows things. He can move around laterally. He can kick. He's very powerful. So that's the key for him. He move around him. And Ilia is a matador. He goes straight. He goes for the kill. If he can put in that pressure, I think that's the key. But it's just that's what it is. Movement against direct striking.
Ahora sí, la última para mí, Henry. En el peor de los escenarios de tu combate, si llegase una derrota, ¿qué contemplarías para tu carrera? ¿Crees que sería el momento de dar un paso al lado o querrías seguir peleando durante más tiempo?
No, yo soy una persona bien competitiva. Yo desde que era niño siempre fui así. Yo recuerdo que me ganaron y era un niño. Y a mí me encantaban mucho las medallas. Y creo que yo tenía comencé a luchar como a los 11, 12 años. Recuerdo que un niño me ganó y agarré una medalla de plata. Y yo recuerdo que agarré esa medalla de plata y chinga su madre, ¡fum! Tiré con coraje, ¿sí me entiendes? So, para mí es, yo logro todo, quiero todo, no quiero nada. Yo no estoy aquí para ser un peleador o por la atención o ni hasta por el dinero, porque ya estoy en las bienes raíces, hago bien dinero con mis patrocinios y cosas así. ¿Es todo para mí o no quiero nada? Ya hablé con mi equipo, pero también yo estoy poniendo esa presión en mí, porque yo también sé que órale, tú dices que quieres esto, ok, vamos. Es una presión de nada o todo, y es así.
They asked in a worst case scenario, you lose this fight, what's next for you in your life? And said, well, I'm a pretty competitive guy. I've always been competitive. I always wanted to be a champion. When I was a kid, I actually lost once, and I had to look at that silver medal, and I just threw it out. I said, fuck this, man. I don't want this thing. I want more. I want everything. I want it all, and I'm going to get it all. And I've said this, I just want to be a fighter. I want to be here, and I have higher goals. I've spoken to my team. As far as, I don't do this for the stats, for the money, for anything like that. I mean, I have my roots all set up. I got my sponsorships, everything's else. I want to do this I want everything. And I'm not putting this pressure on me. I said, what I'm doing is just like, You came here for it all. You won it all. Let's go get it.
Muchas gracias.
Henry, por aquí. Cuando mencionaste que eras campeón olímpico, tú no te ves, pero se te alumbraron los ojos, literalmente, cuando mencionaste que fuiste campeón olímpico, que eres, porque uno nunca deja de ser campeón olímpico. Cuando comparas todo lo que has logrado como campeón en 2 divisiones en UFC y tu título olímpico, ¿cómo tú pones esos logros? Hablaste de tu competitividad de niño, pero cuando pones tu logro olímpico y lo que has hecho en el UFC, ahora sobre el final de tu carrera, ¿cómo lo colocas?
When you said you were competitive, you were Olympic champion, there was a little light in your eyes. You were glowing over there. When you think about all the stuff that you did in the UFC, being a two division champion, and in your Olympic career, how do you see this? You know, all your accomplishments in both.
Yeah, I think you can fight forever. Tú puedes. I'm sorry, I'm fucking asking. Tú puedes pelear para siempre, pero en la lucha olímpica, tu ventana, se comienza a cerrar, porque ese es el deporte más competitivo del mundo. El primer deporte que han visto en la historia de los deportes en las Olimpiadas, que es la lucha. Es un deporte que ya está desarrollado, un deporte donde es bien competitivo, y creo que las Olimpiadas no hay nada que llega encima de eso, porque tú eres el mejor de los mejores, y en ese día, cada 4 años, tú necesitas llegar en ese día de un niño, de tener un sueño y decir, hey, yo soy el mejor del mundo. En ese día, puedes estar enfermo, puedes estar cagado, cualquier cosa, pero en ese día tú necesitas llegar. Para mí no se puede comparar con toda sinceridad, ni con 2 cinturones. Porque yo la verdad, yo siento como y parte de mí, siento que yo me robé las Olimpiadas. Como que a veces no me la creo que yo gané eso a esa edad, especialmente siendo el más joven de la historia. Después de eso, creo que es de ser el más joven de la historia en la sala de fama en wrestling, y de tener ese récord. Y después llegan mis cinturones. Ni es el primero ni es el segundo, pero es el tercero y cuarto.
Being an Olympic champion, you can fight forever, but being an Olympic champion there's just such a small window in wrestling. If you think about Olympic wrestling, it is the first Olympic sport of all Olympic sports. It's the ultimate goal in the Olympics. It's a sport that originated a lot of the Olympics. You're there, and it doesn't matter. And when that opportunity comes, every 4 years, it can be the best of the best. You can be you're against the best in the world. That's a dream come true for a kid that wants to be the best. And you can be ill, you can be shitting in your pants, it doesn't matter, you are going to be there, and that day you need to get that. So for me to get that, to this day I think I almost stole that. Like, how did I become an Olympic champion? It's still incredulous. And then after that, being the youngest to do it as well. So those things. And then came the 2 titles. So it's not even the first or the second. I look at the Olympic gold, being the youngest, and then actually you come after that. So the wrestling, very important.
Muchas gracias, buena suerte.
What do you guys think? You guys think that's fair? Yeah. I'm not. Okay. All right. Cool. Hey, you guys do me a favor too. I want to know who is the greatest combat athlete of all time. I'm out. You guys should do a Mount Rushmore there, man. Let's do it. What do you guys think? Let's stop the debate. This is the Triple C, soon to be C4.
Hola a todos, ¿cómo están?
Ilia, obviously you consider yourself a champion already, but do you look at this fight different than any of your others, or is it just, hey, I can go in there, I win, and I continue my momentum?
I just prepare myself like in every fight. I prepare myself for a difficult fight. I'm ready and prepared to be victorious on February 17th. So I don't see any difference, to be honest. It's like a normal opponent I got on my way.
Obviously you consider yourself to be the better fighter than Alex, but in what area do you think you will show how much better you are than him?
Everywhere. I'm better than him everywhere.
Do you think, maybe outside of yourself, he's the greatest featherweight of all time? Obviously there's Jose Aldo, there's Max Holloway.
Oh, yeah, he's going to stay in the featherweight book for a while, that's for sure. He will be remembered as one of the greatest in the featherweight division. He was a great champion, yeah.
He's obviously heard some of the things you've been saying, and he saw your Instagram bio, and he wants you to go and personally change it should you lose this Saturday. Do you think he's taking your words a little bit too seriously? Do you think he's using them to motivate himself? What do you make of his reaction to what you're saying?
To be honest, what I do in my Instagram bio, that's my thing. I don't know why he's looking to my Instagram, to be honest. I never saw his Instagram. Never. If I saw something about him, it was because the people around me send me, not because I go to his Instagram and I want him to change something personally and this and that.
How do you see this fight playing out on Saturday? How do you win the fight?
I see myself knock him out in the first round.
Yeah, if you win this fight, I think you'd be the 11th male to win a UFC title with an undefeated record, which is obviously a huge accomplishment. When you think about, being undefeated and getting here, is that something you put a lot of pressure on yourself? And I guess what would it mean for you to join that group of very small people who have been undefeated UFC champions?
Not at all, to be honest. I don't care about that. I just accept everything that comes to my way. That's it. If I had to be undefeated to this long, I'm grateful about that fact. If not, I'm never going to lose the trust in myself.
How much do you think your life is going to change if you win this? People are talking a lot about how popular you are in Spain and these places in Europe.
To
what
be
do you
honest,
think it's
I
gonna
don't
be like?
care about that kind of things. I just want to be happy, which I am. I'm already very happy with my life, with everything I got. So any result gonna change my life. I'm a happy man, and I will keep as a happy man after this Saturday night too.
And the comments you made about not wanting to give a title shot to some of these other contenders. It seems like it's made Yair Rodriguez and Brian Ortega very upset. They've done some interviews saying that they really want to fight you. Do you think because those fights are now bigger and there'll be more tension, would you consider it?
Who doesn't want to fight me right now? Who not? I didn't become a UFC World Champion yet. I have 3 more days to do it. They are really calling me out. Everyone. Why?
Yeah, because they want to fight you.
Yeah.
And you're a big deal.
Yeah. Red Panty Nights.
Over here. If all goes well for you on Saturday night, how do you envision your reign as a UFC champion?
What did you say?
If all goes well for you on Saturday night, how do you envision your reign as a UFC champion?
As one of the greatest. As one of the greatest in the featherweight division. And they're going to remember me too, as they're going to remember Jose Aldo in the division, Conor McGregor, to Alexander Volkanovski. I'm going to put myself in that book.
And obviously, you represent Spain and Georgia. There's a big Georgian connection specifically on this card with Merab Dvalishvili. So what have you been able to talk to Merab leading up into this fight week, and how are you guys feeling going into this one?
We just plan to show up on February 17 and get what's ours, right? The victory.
Y algunas en español rapidito. Mencionaste tu deseo para pelear en Santiago Bernabéu. Si era tu decisión, ¿contra quién quisieras pelear en Santiago Bernabéu?
Si fuera mi decisión, pelearía con Conor McGregor. Esa sería la pelea la que yo apunto y la que apuntaría.
This is for everybody.
Yeah.
Just a question that was asked. You mentioned the intention of actually fighting in the Santiago Bernabéu's Real Madrid Stadium. Who would you fight there? And I think I would put Conor McGregor. That's the fight that I would make at the Santiago Bernabéu.
¿Y cuál es tu mensaje para todos sus aficionados de Latinoamérica?
And a message to all the fans in Latin America.
El mensaje es simple, siempre de agradecimiento. Agradezco mucho por el apoyo que me están dando y que confíen en ellos mismos, ¿sabes? Que habrá muchísimas personas alrededor de ellas que le dirán que no pueden hacerlo, dudarán siempre de ti, pero al único que necesitas para conseguir cualquier cosa en esta vida es a ti mismo. Confía en ti mismo, trabaja y todo lo que te puedas imaginar es posible.
The message is one of gratitude and being thankful. I mean, thanks for all the support and all the faith you have in me. And the message I would have for them is to trust yourselves. Surround yourself with people that trust you as well. People around you might say they don't trust you. They think you can't do it. But the only person that you need to trust and to get things done is yourself, and keep doing it.
Gracias, Ilia.
A ti.
We were supposed to see you in Anaheim a couple of years ago, and unfortunately you weren't able to fight. I'm curious, how have you changed as a fighter in the last 2 years, and what did you kind of learn from that experience that you were not able to fight here?
I learned a lot since that moment. I had a weight cut issues. This time I had the best weight cut I ever had in my life. So I have improved a lot in every aspect of my life as a professional, as a person, so yeah.
And what does it mean to be able to return to this particular venue where you couldn't fight for
It
the
means
title?
a lot because of the last bad experience I had here, and now I have the chance to fight for a title and become a UFC World Champion here in Anaheim. It makes me feel really grateful.
Muy buenas, Ilia. Bueno, ha llegado el momento más importante de la historia de las MMA en España. Quería saber qué responsabilidad sientes. Sabes que vas a paralizar el país, va a haber muchísima gente que nunca ha visto un combate mirando tu pelea contra Volkanovski. ¿Qué opinas de ello? ¿Qué responsabilidad tienes de ello?
And the moment has arrived of the greatest moment in the history of MMA in Spain. It is such a great responsibility. There are people that are the country's going to be stopping. People that haven't watched a fight are going to stop to watch you. What do you think about that?
Sinceramente, la misma responsabilidad que he llevado hasta ahora, ¿sabes? Nada cambia. Hasta ahora también he tenido la misma responsabilidad para llegar hasta este punto de que el país se paralice para ver mi combate, ¿no? Entonces, si te soy honesto, no me pongo extra presiones, yo solo estoy concentrado en lo mío. Agradezco por el hecho de que mis movimientos estén causando este tipo de impacto, pero no me puedo poner presiones externas, ¿sabes?
The same level of responsibility that have approached every single fight coming up to this, the level of responsibility and work that I put in to actually get to the moment of now being this moment that everybody's watching my fight. I do thank everyone for the for the support and being there, but I don't put that pressure on myself thinking of such an important moment.
Decías de centrarte en lo tuyo, Ilia. Eso pasa por el recorte de peso. Entonces quería saber que nos actualizaras un poco en estos momentos. ¿Cómo lo llevas?
El
¿A cuánto
mejor
estás?
recorte de peso que he tenido hasta la fecha. Puedo dar el peso de esta noche. Ya estoy perfecto a nada del peso que tengo que dar el viernes. Me veo perfectamente bien. Hemos hecho un trabajo fenomenal. Y lo que te digo, siempre lo he mencionado, no ha sido el training camp más duro que haya tenido hasta la fecha, porque todos los que he tenido, la verdad, han sido durísimos, pero sin lugar a duda la más profesional que haya tenido hasta la fecha. De hecho, esta mañana estaba hablando con el equipo y con Geoff me preparé de una forma fenomenal, pero comparando el campamento que tuve a esta, es un amateur a profesional.
The road to glory actually goes through your weight cut. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? And it has been the best weight cut I've had in my life. I could actually go into the scale today and make weight. This is not. I actually commented with the team and how well this has gone. An amazing weight cut. this has not been the hardest camp I've had. I've had harder camps such as the one with Josh Emmett. I mean, that was something that I prepared so hard for, but I was talking to the team today that the way I prepared for Josh Emmett as far as like the weight cut and the way the things are going, it's almost like amateur compared to professional what's going on right now.
Dos más. Ilia, quería saber si crees que la estrategia de Volkanovski va a pasar por la lucha. De hecho, he escuchado muchos análisis, especialmente desde Estados Unidos, en el cual daban como que el wrestling de Volkanovski podía ser muy superior al tuyo, al menos que se podría imponer en este combate. Entonces, quería saber un poco qué opinabas de la lucha de Volkanovski, si crees que va a ser esa la estrategia, que vaya a empujarte hacia la lucha y hacia el bloqueo dentro del combate.
A ver, siempre, cada vez que me he enfrentado a mis oponentes en el pasado, siempre decían que eran mejor que yo en el suelo, en el wrestling o de pie. Esto nunca va a cambiar, ¿sabes? A la gente siempre le va a quedar la duda. Pero sobre su estrategia va a ser patearme, obviamente, porque es donde él me habrá visto huecos de patearme, moverse en círculo, combinarlo con las manos, luego las manos con las patadas, hacer trabajo de wrestling, intentar ponerme contra la jaula, desgastarme, intentar aprovechar la ventaja de que él tiene la experiencia y tiene el cardio para los 5 asaltos. Pero es que eso es lo único que tiene, ¿sabes? No tiene nada más. ¿Qué tiene? Poder de knockout no tiene, es un peleador que pega en volumen. Poder de sumisión no tiene, porque no es un peleador finalizador. Lo único que tiene es corro, te pateo. A ver, lo hace bien, lo combina todo súper bien, lo ha ido demostrando a lo largo de su camino, pero yo no soy ni Korean Zombie, no soy el trapo ni de Jair, no soy ni el paquete de Brian Ortega, no soy ni la nariz torcida de Max Holloway, soy Ilia Topuria y lo voy a machacar en el primer asalto de una forma espectacular, y al que le quepa la mínima duda, que se joda.
So a lot of people talk about the strategy and the fact that the wrestling, a lot of analysis is talking about the wrestling being the key for him to beat you. What do you think about that? Well, the doubt's always going to be there. Every single fight I've had, they've always said the same thing. There's always somebody saying something that someone is better than I am in that. And I will tell you about this. Just think of all the advantage that he has as a fighter. Okay, he does. I know what he's going to bring to the table because that's what he always brings. So he's going to try to kick me, as we know. He's got strong kicks. He's going to try to move around me. He's going to try to put some hands in there and some combos. And after the kicks, come in with some handwork and try to put some combos in, try to pressure me to go against the fence. And I understand some cage work as well, but that's all he's got, and he's done very well. We've seen it all throughout his journey in the UFC, but that's all he has. There's so much more for me to offer, and I've always heard these things. People have always said, I'm better than you on the ground, I'm better than you in wrestling, I'm better than you in striking, and that does not come to fruition. He needs to understand one thing, that he hasn't seen me. He hasn't seen, and a lot of other fighters by name here that were mentioned. I am not any of these fighters that he's faced before. I am not any of the guys that he's faced that he's won. I'm Ilia Topuria, and I'm going to do something to him, and I'm going to finish him off. And he's also I understand that he doesn't have knockout power. I have knockout power. He goes on volume. That's how he wins his fights. He's not a finisher. He doesn't. When the fight goes to the ground, he's not known for finishing. So I'm a different breed, and I'm gonna beat him up. And if he doesn't believe it, if that's not what he thinks, and whoever thinks the contrary, screw them.
Ilia, por aquí, buenas tardes. Mencionaste tú mismo aquí, que el campamento este era diferente al de Emmett en tu pelea de junio, que este había sido muy profesional y aquel campamento era amateur cuando los comparaban. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué hiciste? ¿Hiciste algo nuevo? ¿En qué cambió? ¿Cómo fue?
Primero, ante nada, la alimentación. Farm to the table, eso fue lo primero que hicimos. Cambiamos toda la alimentación porque ya sabes que los seres humanos tenemos a veces hábitos malos por desconocimiento. Por lo que en este campamento hemos aplicado muchos cambios después de la forma que hemos preparado y hemos analizado el combate, el tiempo que hemos invertido en la recuperación para cada entrenamiento. el tiempo que hemos ahorrado en viajes que antes... Es que son muchos detalles, ¿sabes? Que hemos cambiado así. Ponerme a explicarlo en 5 minutos cuesta, pero te podría dar una charla entera de todos los cambios que hemos hecho.
You mentioned that this camp compares to the one that you had against Josh Emmett in certain aspects. It was professional compared to amateur. Can you elaborate on that? First thing was nutrition. I mean, you talk about farm to table. We're talking about looking at the, and studying things, and it's something that we don't know as human beings. We don't have the knowledge for this. So, just get along with professionals. It's time for recovery and time to the day. It's very important for us to do that. Time to recover from training also as well. Another thing, that time in trips that we would take that would waste time. I mean, there's so many different aspects, so many different elements that I have time to talk for hours about this, so I can't go into detail, but there's so many small details that go into it that I wouldn't be unfair to do it in 5 minutes.
Y una última por aquí. Viniste hablando español, pero todos sabemos también que eres georgiano, tierra de guerreros, el Cáucaso. Serías el primer campeón español, pero a la misma vez el primer campeón georgiano. En tu núcleo familiar, tus padres, tu hermano, tu familia, el ser campeón georgiano del Cáucaso, ustedes que son tan unidos, tan apegados, ¿qué significaría para ti?
Significaría mucho para mí. Significaría representar el verdadero valor de mi familia, ¿no? El trabajo que han invertido mis padres, el que he invertido yo, que al final va a tener su recompensa, ¿no? Va a ser algo súper grande para mí, para mi familia, para mis países, como has mencionado, para Georgia, para España. Es un momento maravilloso, la verdad que me estaban preguntando de que si estaba nervioso. Es que no puedo estarlo. Yo visualicé, yo le pedí a Dios vivir todos estos momentos. Ahora lo único que me queda es disfrutar de lo que yo mismo pedí, yo mismo manifesté todo esto. Entonces, soy un hombre feliz de poder vivir mis sueños con los ojos abiertos, de tener a toda mi familia, que de hecho van a llegar ahora en un par de horas. Es la primera vez que voy a tener a toda mi familia viendo mi combate. Entonces, son momentos únicos en la vida, ¿no? Que solamente uno las puede obtener con trabajo súper duro. Estos son momentos que nadie te los regala, así que estoy súper agradecido de poder disfrutar de tantos detalles, tantos momentos mágicos junto a toda mi gente.
You talk about, we've heard you speak English, we've heard you speak Spanish, but you also represent Georgia. What would it mean for you to be a champion? Not just a champion for Spain, but a champion for Georgia. How does it feel to actually have your family around you? What do they feel about this? It would be an amazing moment. It would be magical. It would be just for them to be around me, to actually represent both countries. It would mean a lot to me. These are moments that I can't talk about being, nervous about this moment, about the pressures. Like, I can't afford to be like that. I can't, because I manifested this. I visualized this. I wanted this. I've asked God to give me the opportunity. I'm lucky to dream with my eyes open and to actually to live this every day. These are magical moments, and to have everyone, to have the team, to everybody here, my family, they're for the first time, everybody's going to be here watching my fight. They're arriving in a couple of hours. So it's just, these are moments that you have to enjoy, because they are earned, not given, and they're very special to me.
Ilia, hablabas de lo especial que era para ti poder pelear en Anaheim, donde tuviste ese problema hace 2 años. Lo hablabas en inglés también para que quede esa constancia en castellano. ¿Crees que también es una manera de volver a donde se produjo un gran cambio? Porque has dicho que es tu mejor vez en el peso, pero ¿crees que este punto hubiese llegado sin lo que sucedió en 2021?
Para nada. Por ello mismo, cuando me sucedió, lo acepté, ¿sabes? No tuve ningún momento de depresión, de haberlo pasado mal. Siempre, cada vez que me ha pasado algo negativo en mi vida, siempre supe que no hay mal que por bien no venga, ¿no? Entonces, esa experiencia me dio un aprendizaje súper grande en mi vida, y ahora el el poder pelear por el campeonato del mundo aquí en el mismo sitio donde tuve el problema es como una gran casualidad, ¿no? Y como yo digo, las casualidades no existen, es que todo pasa por alguna razón. Es que después de ese combate que se me haya cancelado, me dieron otro combate en 4 semanas que fue en contra de Jai Herbert, un knockout que va a quedar en el libro de la UFC por siempre. Después todo el camino que tuve después de eso, no sé qué hubiera pasado si al final hubiera podido pelear aquí, ¿no? A lo mejor el camino hubiera sido diferente, por lo que agradezco por todo lo que me pasa en esta vida y solamente acepto y sigo mi camino y nunca olvido quién soy cada vez que me miro en el espejo.
You talk about the experience of actually fighting here after having kind of follow up to the question about having not being able to fight in Anaheim and fighting it now, and just it's been amazing. If you think about this, when it happened to me, I just accepted it. I took it as it is. I took it and I went with it, and I do not believe there's any evil that does not generate some good coming out of it. From that day. They were able to fight a fight for me in 4 weeks. That was against Jai Herbert. I had a knockout that's going to be in the books of the UFC for quite some time. And after that, look at the journey I've had that has led me to this moment here. As it turns out, being here, fighting for a title is one great coincidence, but I do not believe in coincidences. So it's been really special, and I don't know what would have happened if I actually fought in Anaheim back in the day. What I do believe is I have just a great opportunity now, and it's been an amazing experience and to have been fortunate to fight here.
Thank you very much to everyone.
Okay. Just want to let you know, because he went really quick on this. He actually, at one point, he named all the fighters. He goes, I am not Korean Zombie. I'm not he kind of used like I'm not the guy you wipe the floors with, who is Yair. I am not the tool that is Ortega, kind of useless. And I am not the crooked nose that's Holloway. So he mentioned those 4 really, really quick. So just wanted to make sure that you got the terminology they used.
How are we?
Hey, Ian, right here.
How are we?
Good, how are you?
Good. Good to be ready to get back in here and go again.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously been a kind of a wild few months and everything. Just to be here, do you almost feel like at peace because this is where you feel most comfortable is fighting fight weeks?
It's where I'm happiest. I wouldn't say at peace. It's where I'm happiest. I love to fight. I love to go in here and do what I do best, which is have fun and let my weapons fly. And unfortunately, last time around, I didn't get to do that, and that upset me. That got me emotional, but unfortunately, illnesses are a part of life.
Yeah. Has the past few months helped you mature at all in a way? Like whether it's mentally or emotionally, do you feel like you're kind of a different guy after just everything that's happened in the cage, out of the cage, through camps, all this stuff?
I don't know if mature would be the right word. I guess you could say it that way, but I'd say it's more just about understanding what's important in life and pulling the people around you closer and giving the ones that care for you, the ones that love you, the ones that help you every single day to be the best you possibly can be, to give them your love, give them your time, give them your respect, and no one else.
And I know, if you hadn't fallen ill, you would have shown up to the media day, the press conference, all that stuff last time. But there was so much, outside noise that time. It doesn't feel the same as we kind of go through these few days. Have you noticed a difference at all in kind of the public sentiment maybe towards you?
I have no time for people's opinions. I don't give it any time, any focus. I have a job to do. This is what I love to do. This is what I signed up for. This is what I wanted to do with my life. And I'm not letting anybody take any energy away from that.
As far as the fight, obviously, when Geoff Neal's on and he's fighting at his best, we've seen what he can do in there and how good he can be. But there's been health stuff, kind of ups and downs. What are you expecting from him? Are you thinking that he's going to come into this at the absolute peak, or is there some questions around just kind of where he's at?
Firstly, he better show up on fucking weight. That's the first thing. Otherwise, I'm going to sit in the sauna with him and watch him cut that extra bit of weight while I sip a drink in front of him. We're not playing any games where you have two jobs to do. You sign up to make weight and you sign up to show up on the night. That's what we're here to do. I feel like, look, Geoff's a phenomenal fighter. He's tough. He's durable. He's been around this game for a while. He's fought some of the best guys in the world. However, I don't believe anybody's as fast as me, as technical as I am, or has as much in the arsenal as I do. I feel like, for me, it's a matter of time until he makes a mistake. I expect Geoff to be tough. I expect him to be there for all 15 minutes, unless I do my job well and I make him make that mistake.
And we know you're always a man with a plan. So if you win this fight the way that you want to, what does the rest of the year look like in your mind?
So this year is the year of committing to a title run, of proving to everyone in the UFC, outside the UFC, any fan that enjoys fighting, anybody that comes to the events, anybody that sits at these tables, it's proving just how good I am. It's leaving no stone unturned, and it's doing it against the most dangerous guys in the world. I want to beat Geoff Neal in spectacular fashion this weekend. Then I'm going to fight Kobe Covington, and I'm going to retire him, and I'm going to rid the clown from the UFC. And then I'll take someone 3, 2, or 1 in the world, I'll beat them, and I'll earn my title shot next year.
Do you think Colby would fight you?
I think he has no other choice. When I beat Geoff Neal on Saturday, there's only one choice, and it's what I say.
And last question, kind of a random one. It seems like some places you're named Ian Garry, other places it's Ian Machado Garry. What would you prefer us as media to call you, write you in stories and stuff? What do you want to be?
Ian Machado Garry. That's my name. It was UFC before. It was Ian Garry before I got into the UFC because I didn't get married. I'm married now. I have a family. Our names are Machado Garry.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you, Paul?
Good, thank you. Ian, when you first got to the UFC, you even kind of embraced the new Irish star, a lot of comparisons to Conor, but you've embraced Brazil, which is something that he clearly didn't do. He went there and stole Aldo's belt. So I'm curious, we know that you have family there, but how did this sort of genesis to move down there begin, and was part of that to distance yourself from the Conor comparisons? Well,
firstly, he had a motive and a plan to do that, and what he did that day got into someone's head and essentially won him a fight. So that's phenomenal, and that's completely different. But the comparisons to Conor and everything that anyone could say is comparing me to an inspiration, an idol. I can only ever take that as a positive. But when you talk about connections to Brazil, my wife has family, my little boy has family that live in Brazil. I now have family with the Shoot the Box team, and the energy in Brazil is just different. You meet any Brazilian fighter or their team, you can see it and you can hear them from a mile away. It's different. The energy is very vibrant, very passionate, very colourful. And we've seen some of the best fighters in the world come out of Brazil, and it's because of that energy. So for me to be in Brazil and training with the likes of Shoot the Box and Charles Oliveira and doing jiu-jitsu with Damian Maia, it can only mean one thing for me, and it's success.
You know, Ireland is a predominantly Catholic nation, Brazil as well. There's the scene in Embedded where you guys are all saying the Lord's Prayer. Is that sort of helped the cultural immersion moving down there, and has faith always been a part of your life?
It wasn't always a part of my life. I didn't really understand or realize the connection that I've had, but I'm very blessed to have a very strong spiritual connection, and I feel like Brazil only empowers that. And to have people in Brazil that can speak so beautifully about this spiritual connection. There's a little guy, he's in the UFC, his name's Felipe. I swear to God, the guy has Jesus in him. Like, he is Felipe Daytona. What's his second name? Yeah, Felipe Daytona. He's a UFC fighter, lads. I'm telling you, that guy has got God in him. There's something different about the way that guy speaks. It hits you on a different level. And when you have people that care about you in such a special way, and that everyone locks arms. It was one of the biggest things that I seen before I went to Shoot the Box, was when Charles Oliveira was cutting weight in Abu Dhabi, and there's this famous photo of him, and he's lying down on the ground with the towel wrapped around him, and every single one of his teammates are all crossed arms saying that Lord's Prayer. There's no way you can't feel that energy, you can't absorb it, and you cannot go out and do amazing things with that.
And the first time you were booked to fight Geoff, the T-shirt became kind of a talking point. How is Ian Machado Garry different now than the guy who came out with the T-shirt?
The T-shirt was a fucking laugh, and it worked. He didn't show up. I believe he was pissed for that first fight and didn't show up because of the T-shirt. Look, I have zero regrets in ever making that T-shirt. It was funny. The truth is, nobody knew who Geoff was. No one knew the fight was booked until I made a T-shirt and everybody started talking about it. So if we're in the fight game and we're trying to sell fights and entertain, after that point, everybody knew about it. Before that, no one knew.
Ian over here.
How are you?
Good, what about you?
I'm good, good. Excited to be back, man.
Same here. Obviously, you just mentioned your connection to Shoot the Box.
Yes.
You actually started talking with Diego Lima over Instagram, as you guys posted on your last video. So when you guys started talking and kind of establishing that connection, did you guys ever envision that it would become what it is now?
I feel like anywhere I go in the world, I want to make good connections. Whatever gym it is in the world that I'm traveling to, I only go there with a positive and good intent to learn, to grow, to experience a different culture, a different energy. And the truth is, as a fan of Charles Oliveira and as a fan of Shoot the Box, what I seen is nothing compared to what I know now. The energy is different. The people in that building are different. They're so grateful. They're so excited to be there every day. And it's an amazing energy to be around and to get excited by when you're leading up to a fight.
That's awesome. Obviously, we were supposed to see you compete at UFC 296 against Vicente Luque. So my question in regards to this is, how were those conversations like with Vicente when the news came out?
So I haven't spoke to Vicente since then. More because I was more pissed off than anything that I didn't show up. Because the truth is, and this is where it hurts, right? I hear people say that they were excited to see me. I hear people to say that they flew all the way from Ireland, England to watch me fight. Yes, so did I. I flew here to fight, and I didn't get to do what I love. There's nobody more annoyed or upset than me. And that's how I felt. So for me, it's just unfortunate. I had to deal with it. I had to get over it. I had to heal from it, recover from it, and here we are. That's it.
Fair enough. And the UFC hasn't returned to Ireland in a long time. And obviously, when Conor does fight, it's mainly Las Vegas or occasionally in New York and Abu Dhabi. So do you think you're going to be the guy that brings the UFC back to Ireland?
I goddamn hope so, man. I hope. I've been saying it. I've been talking about it. I fear that I'm going to get too big too quick and they're never going to go back. And the truth is, I go out here and I bury Geoff Neal into the ground on Saturday night. Is that already past it? Is Ian Garry too much of a star at that point to go back? I will do everything in my power to make that happen. I've told Dana, I've told Hunter, I've told everybody, I want to be the guy that brings the UFC back to Ireland. I feel like I've earned it, I've deserved it. Maybe we just have to do one or two more.
So maybe like a perfect scenario would be here, you make this statement on Saturday and maybe fight for like a title eliminator in Ireland.
That would be fire. I'd sign up to that in a heartbeat.
And obviously, I see your adamance towards fighting Colby Covington, but before you used to mention Wonderboy Thompson's name a lot, so is that kind of off the table for you?
I don't think Wonderboy's ever going to say yes to me.
Fair enough. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Ian, back here.
How are we, sir? How are you? Good to see you again.
It's great to see you as well. I want to ask you, training at Shootbox, just talk about what that experience is like, getting in there, doing rounds with the Charles Oliveira, going to the mat with the legend in Damian Maia. Just what's that like?
It's an insane amount of knowledge that I can only learn from, and it's something that I'm excited to show in the next however many months until I need to show it. I want to make sure that I have as good of a ground game as I do stand up. And if I can mold those two together, I become one of the most dangerous fighters on the planet.
I want to ask you a bit, with the shirt, with some of the things, Ian Garry, we know to be a family man, a kind man with a sense of humor. For the media and sometimes, like you said, a bit of the motive, would you say you're one of the heroes or would you say you're one of the villains when it comes to promotion?
I don't give a fuck what people want to call me, a hero, a villain. I don't care what you want to do. As long as my hand gets raised and people are entertained and people are talking about me, then I'm doing something right. The truth is, there isn't a single fighter at the moment who's been more talked about. There's not a single person whose family has been more talked about at the moment. I'm number 10 in the world. I'm nowhere near the top. I'm nowhere near the peak of my career. And everybody's talking about me, my wife, my kids, my family, where we're going, what we're doing. I'm definitely doing something right. So whether you think it's hero or villain, either way, people are talking.
Is it ever difficult to deal with it when people want to say negative things and maybe, go more personal because they feel like you are starting to take some shots at them?
Listen, we can shoot shots at each other all day long, me and another bloke, but the minute he mentions... Here's the thing. Here's the two things that I'll point out to you, right? My wife was called a pedophile by Sean Strickland. No woman ever deserves to be called that, right? That's the truth. My son, the people that follow Sean Strickland, commented on a couple of my photos at the very start of all this hate saying, is the kid even his? I should never have to hear that. Now, those two things, they emotionally get me. And I'll get mine back. I'll thump the fucking mouth off Sean Strickland one day and there'll be nothing he can do about it. And I'll talk to him, I'll dance in his face, I'll do whatever I want, because the truth is when we get locked into that cage one day, he's never going to be able to deal with me. But the truth is, I have a target on my back. I have the ability to stand here and shoot shots at anyone I want because this is my job. And they have the opportunity in return. So for me, when you attack people in my circle when they don't deserve it, that's out of line. And look, Sean Strickland is not the fucking voice we should all be listening to. Do you know what I mean? He's deeply, deeply indebted with trauma, and he should just be silent and try to deal with his own personal issues himself. And that's mainly where it all came from. I'm very proud of who I am, of what I'm doing, and what my family is doing, traveling the world together. I'm very proud that I get to travel and spend every single day of this journey with my wife and my kid beside me. I'm very happy to be showing the world my journey through my social media. I'm very happy to have people like Diego Lima and Shoot the Box behind me. I don't give time to this negativity anymore. I turn off the comments on my Instagram because I can protect the peace. I don't have time for other people's opinions anymore. I'm going to live my life the way I want to live it, and I'm not letting anybody get in the way of that anymore.
Thank you, Ian.
I appreciate you.
Just over here.
How are you, Paul?
I'm fine, thanks. With Strickland, obviously, he's a middleweight and you're a welterweight. So do you think that fight is even going to happen in the future?
Yeah, for sure. There's no fucking man on the planet that talks about my wife or my family like that and doesn't get it eventually. The truth is, he's never going to be relevant again. He's lost the belt. He's lost the interest. There's a point at which I'll jump in on a short notice fight and I'll dance all over him. I'm far too quick, I'm far too talented, and he'll just be missing.
Okay, and obviously there's rumours of Leon Edwards maybe taking on Bilal Muhammad, possibly Hamza. What do you think makes sense?
Hamza doesn't make sense. Hamza doesn't make sense. It has to be Bilal next. It's the only thing that makes sense in the division. Usman, you could argue it again, but the truth is we want something new. We want to see someone else challenge for the title. It makes sense that it's Bilal. After Bilal, it makes sense that it's Shavkat. They're the two guys that are next in line in my mind. They're also two guys that earn it. They've earned it. And I feel like they're the two guys that are next in line for the title against Leon.
And just last one, who do you think's going to win out of the main event between Volkanovski and Topuria?
There's a lot of talk going around about the main event this week. Obviously, Topuria's undefeated. He's young. He's aggressive. He's hungry. He wants to be the champion. He's that person who's hungry to win, to prove how good he is, to earn that UFC champion status. Then you've got someone who's dominated the division for a long time against some of the best fighters on the planet. I feel like the last fight is what people are judging Volkanovski on. And I feel like that's very unfair to be judging him a week off the couch, or however long it was off the couch, to fight arguably one of the most dangerous men in the entire UFC pound for pound. So when I think of Volkanovski, I think of someone who's able to outstrike Yair Rodriguez, someone who's able to outpace Max Holloway, someone who's able to out-grapple and find a way to win against Brian Ortega. So until I don't see him have success in his weight division, I'm going to think Volkanovski is going to be the guy who's getting his hands around. I've seen it time and time again. He's able and capable of finding a way to win, even in the toughest of situations.
Ian, I just have one more.
Go ahead.
The welterweight division recently got a big pickup recently in Michael Venom Page. I know you're focused on Saturday, but do you see him as a guy that could maybe break into the rankings soon and maybe even a future opponent for you one day?
Who's he fighting next?
Kevin Holland in Miami.
There's no fucking way he beats Kevin Holland. So no. There's no way.
Awesome, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Ian, so because the trash talk got so personal, affecting your family, and clearly has given you a justified negative emotion, has that informed how you approach trash talk for your future opponents?
No, I'll still talk shit. I'm that's the person I am. I'll talk shit. You wanna clap at me, I'll clap back. That's how I've grown up. That's the way me and my friends grew up. But there's a line. There's a line on what you say and what you do, and it's not trash talk to call my wife a pedophile or say that the kid isn't even mine. That's not trash talk. That's abuse. That's horrible. And no person on the planet deserves that. And I feel like we've seen it recently, and the two main culprits are fucking Kobe and Sean Strickland. Kobe bringing up Leon's dad, and Sean just being negative towards every single person possible. It shows a very dark age in MMA, and this is not what the sport's about. The truth is, we're fighters, we're martial artists, but the UFC is so much more. The UFC is about being entertaining. The UFC is about putting on amazing fights and building a fight. Who was the best fighter we've ever seen in this organization who's had the most success? It's Conor McGregor. And what he did was emotionally connect fans to his journey by talking, the build-up, the excitement, the fights. He talked the talk, he walked the walk, he backed it up, and everyone started to believe him. There's a fine line of what's right and what's wrong. And I feel like lately, the negative has started to overtake the positive, and it's not interesting. I don't believe that anyone here enjoys hearing the stuff that has been said recently. The UFC is full of amazing fighters. Let's talk about the fighting. Let's talk about the skill set. Let's talk about the knockouts. Let's talk about the build-up. There's some amazing stories that fighters have. I'm interested, I know that. And it's on me to go out and do my job and have fun. So this isn't trash talk anymore. This is just me going out there with business and proving people right and proving people wrong.
Were you aware of those lines before it affected you personally? or is this more of a new development given your experience?
Truth is, I gave my phone to my team and said I don't want to know about it, don't want to look at it. I've got something to focus on. I've got something to work towards. I don't want to know about anything or anyone who's mentioning my name. And unfortunately, I just got sick. But trust me, I had the statements that needed to be made that week, and I'm livid more than anything that I didn't get to do it that week.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All good. Thank you, guys. Enjoy Saturday.
Obrigado,
Paulo, happy Valentine's Day. Welcome back. How excited are you to get back in there and silence the fans who say you just pull out all the time?
Yes, thank you. This is to me a different situation. I'm so happy to be here after a long time out, a long stop. I try really hard to keep fighting since the beginning of January of past year. I was ready to fight, but I get into negotiation talk with UFC, so this takes some long. And when we finished that one was around July, and then they schedule a fight, right, for July. But Sunday they come up with a new opportunity, a new fight against Chimaev, what would be biggest than the old one. So, but the fight just could happen in October in Abu Dhabi. So it takes like almost a whole year, and I was just wait to fight Chimaev in Abu Dhabi, October. And then you all guys knows what happened. I went there early, like 50 days before the fight, but I got that infection in my elbow, and I really try. I try really hard to keep in the fight, but doctors don't allow me to keep in the fight, So right after that, I just try be healthy and keeping the shape to fight as soon as I could. And that fight that UFC suggests me is right there, February 17 against Whittaker. So I'm so happy because finally I'm gonna show up. Finally I'm gonna be, fighting for everybody watch.
How hard is it to do, and expensive, to do training camps without fighting?
It's really hard because you do, the sensation is like, the feeling is like I did 99% of the job, just 1%, and I could not finish. And in the show for everyone, my improvements. But the improvement has been done, apesar, como fala?
In spite of?
That the fight that happened, but the improvement has been done. I achieved some upgrades, and as I was training really hard for wrestlers, so I could say my wrestling skill set really changed for better. Coach Eric is the head of grappling and wrestling stuffs. And he bring for Abu Dhabi 2 Kazakhstan's really tough guys, wrestlers, one Mongolia, Olympic Mongolia wrestler, and my level just raised. So unfortunately, I could not show up in the cage, but I did a lot of improvement. So I'm excited to show this on Saturday. The guys we're gonna see a new version of myself, better version than myself,
Robert Whittaker says he doesn't want to just come here and beat you. He wants to come in here and hurt you. He's saying that he wants to bring the animal back out of him, and he's coming here. When you hear those words, how does that make you feel?
I don't trust on him. Don't believe. I think he trying hard. Maybe his team try bring back the desire for him, put in his mind, you need to be like a young lion. But it's not his style. He's more counter, And it's special when he say that about fighting against a guy like me who really can knock him out if he engage in the fight. I think this is not true. I think he's trying his best. I appreciate that. I just hope he brings the best version of himself. I'm prepared. Bro, I'm different from, from that guy that you guys saw against Vittorio, against Luke Rockhold. I did a lot improvements. I'm faster. I'm dangerous, more dangerous than before. So, yeah, he's doing his best.
You mentioned you want to have the best version of him. What did you think of the version of him that fought Dricus du Plessis?
Sorry, say again?
What did you think of the Robert Whittaker who fought Dricus in his last fight? Did you think that was the best version of him, or you think he looked a little off that night?
I didn't put attention on that. I'm just focused on myself. I don't know about... he used to be a champ, right? He's a former champ. I just hope his best days have not gone, because I want to put his name on my record as a good name that I beat.
Paulo, since you last fought, there's been, I think, 4 different champions in the middleweight division. Why do you think that there's, so much change at the top of the weight class and no one can keep a long reign like Adesanya had his first time?
This is a hard division, a tough division, maybe one of the hardest one. So you have many good prospects, good gifted guys, fight at the top. It's a kind of common, but what's good? I like that. It's like a refresh for the whole entire division. Yeah.
Do you think Dricus du Plessis could hold it for a little while, or do you think next time it probably changes again?
It's hard to say, right? But I don't believe he's gonna hold that for so long time, too much time.
Is that still your top goal? I mean, you win a couple fights. Do you want a second shot at that title just because you felt so badly about how it went last time?
Say again, please.
Are you hoping that a win here, maybe one after, you can get another chance to fight for the title?
Oh, after my fight against Whittaker? Oh, for sure. I don't see other way different than that, than go straight for the belt after beating Whittaker Saturday. I have no other way to go. I think after beat him, when you look for the whole division, you have a popular guy who fight the way the people want to see, the people like to see the fights going on, is me. So beating him, I will be the next in the line.
Would it be your dream to fight for the title in Brazil?
Would be perfect.
Paul, over here. Obviously, you were supposed to fight Robert Whittaker a while back. So going into this one, did you change your approach from your original approach to him, or is it kind of the same approach you had the first time?
Você obviamente, can you repeat the question so that you can...
Yeah, for sure. So you were supposed to fight Whittaker a while back. So did you change your approach this time around, or is it the same approach you had going into the original scheduled bout?
Você era para lutar com ele uma vez, ou seja, agora você mudou a tua maneira de pensar, a maneira como você se preparou para ele, ou foi a mesma coisa que você fez da vez passada?
Actually, I didn't make a whole training camp to fight Whittaker. Never. I had some talks about fight him, but it's never become true, like a real one, So this is the first time that I trained for fight Whittaker.
And I know you just mentioned that a dream scenario would be for you to fight for the title in Brazil, but so if you get a win here over Whittaker, you propel yourself into those title talks more. Before you call it a career one day, what other goals do you have like on your bucket list for your mixed martial arts career?
Você falou sobre talvez seria um sonho lutar por um título no Brasil, mas além disso, além de lutar por um título, além de lutar no Brasil por isso, que outros sonhos você tem para tua carreira? Que outras aspirações você tem para tua vida?
I have so many dreams, big dreams, but I need to put in order of what should come first. The first one is get the gold. Actually, real first is beat Whittaker Saturday. After that is running for the gold, and yeah, once you get the belt, defend multiple times and put your name in the history.
And if the UFC decides to go down the Dricus du Plessis Adesanya route for maybe 300 or another event, how do you see that one going?
Yes, I have heard something about that. Not about that fight specifically, but about the champ not come back to fight very soon. So we need to see. We need to sit down and make a plan. You know, in the worst scenario, yeah, if you have a other great name, you can make a super fight for title eliminator or something. I'm agree. You know, I no fear no one. I fear no one. You know, so I'm ready to fight anybody. Yeah, I can definitely beat. I believe in my skills, my skill set. As I mentioned it before, I'm feeling a new version of myself. You know, I'm 32. I feel feeling on my prime time, physically, mentally, and technical. My weight cut is always getting better and better, easier. You know, I don't feel like draining anymore. This changed a lot, and yeah, I don't think I hit my prime yet. I think I'm on way, you know, but I'm feeling better each time that I came here to fight.
Awesome. Just one last one for you. Little fun one. I see you have the T-shirt. Do you have any secret juice with you this fight week?
Yes, always. Yes, secret juice finally get finished. We have the product, you know, to drink and to sell for everyone. Everyone can be on juice, as me right now. We beat Uzada, right? Uzada is not here anymore. Yeah, I'm happy because this new agency work with UFC looks much more professional. You know, you guys know I was like perseguido.
I was persecuted by Uzada.
I feel like that. I feel like persecuted by Uzada, you know. Past year, I didn't fight. I didn't show up to fight, and I was the most tested guy. It doesn't make any fuck sense. Why? So, yeah, that's why I fight against them back, because, yeah, they bother me a lot, even in the weigh-in day, like at morning, they come to, it's crazy stuff. But now I'm happy. The guys looks much more professional, not personal feelings and something like that. So we beat that.
Awesome. Thank you for your time.
Paulo back here. Paulo, we also heard rumors about Khamzat Chimaev being in talks to fight for the title. Would it be more special if you were able to take the belt from him when you finally fight for the title again?
Yeah, of course, everybody knows I don't like the guy, but I don't think too much people, many people take he so serious anymore. You know, he just stopped to fight. He didn't beat anybody in the middleweight division, top contenders or something, or even top 15. He didn't beat anybody in the top 15 middleweight division. How you can take this guy serious? You know, he barely cold beat Usman in 10 days short notice. Usman is a welterweight. He didn't cut away to middleweight, and everybody saw that fight. I was there. Even the guy jumping me in the ground is crazy, you know. But I'm like this beef between countries and cultures and two guys. But after beat Whittaker, bro, I will not want to hear his name. Fuck him. He need to do something. He need to beat somebody at least top 10 in the middleweight. He didn't yet, and I don't think he's capable to do that. Thanks, Fabian. You know, that's my thought about him. That's my thought. I was there. I would, of course, I would like to fight him at Abu Dhabi. It's not happened. Okay, I was frustrated, but I'm here right now, and I'm gonna fight a guy much more qualified than him. You know, Whittaker has better credentials than him, ever had, and yeah. So I don't believe he gonna jump, you know, and fight for the belt before me.
I'd like to ask you another fun question. As Oscar said, it is Valentine's Day here in the United States. What is Paulo Costa's idea of a romantic Valentine's Day?
Yes, you I cannot reveal. She's right here. But I'll make sure to film or do something or some photo about that, and you guys are going to know about my social media. I have something.
Paulo, when fans see you, I think a lot of people, you know, obviously a lot of muscles, very strong, very powerful athlete. But for the fans wondering, how much work are you putting in the gym? I think fans want to know, like, you know, Paulo Costa is working on the grappling, the wrestling, everything else. Can you talk a little bit about how much you commit besides just the physical?
You want to know my secret?
I mean, that or the juice, whichever you prefer.
The juice is very important, yeah, but the routine as well. Smart guy. So, yeah, I think first of all I am gifted. Jen, I don't know. To be honest, I didn't lift any weight on the last 50 days or almost 2 months. You know, I just focused on myself on martial arts skills, and in consequence of that, hard train, the good condition comes, and it's hard to. I don't want to look like selfish for everyone here. Tá certo, selfish?
Você convencido?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't want to be arrogant.
Yeah, I don't want to look, but I can get the muscles, punch meats and push bags. It's crazy. So I need to avoid weights to not be so heavy. And maybe the secret juice is the reason behind all.
Paulo, right here, in front, to your left.
Okay.
Are you going to start selling a secret juice drink?
Yes. This is actually selling right now in Brazil, and we are finished all the stuff to start right now in the United States, and I hope very soon around the world.
Well, if you have to list the ingredients, does that mean the secret is out?
You know, you're supposed to put everything there, but you know, you're gonna find a way to keep something secret.
Or you left some ingredients off the ingredients
Yeah,
list?
of course.
All right. Thanks.
Obviously, you got a lot of history with Israel Adesanya. Is that like a fight that you still want in the future?
Você tem uma história com a Israel Adesanya. Uma luta que você ainda quer no futuro lutar contra?
Yeah, we have some unfinished business in my thoughts, you know. Of course, I want revenge. Yeah, but it's not my number one in my list to achievements, you know. If he never come back, fucking, I don't care.
Okay, and I know you're focused on Robert Whittaker, but I just want your thoughts on who you think's going to win out of Volkanovski and Topuria in the main event.
Oh yeah, both amazing fighters. I think it's like it's cliche, but like a old lion, young lion. I still with champ Volkanovski.
Hola, muy buenas. En español, te quería preguntar, lo acabas de comentar, pero para los aficionados hispanos, sobre el pronóstico del combate estelar entre Ilia Topuria y Alexander Volkanovski, ¿quién crees que va a ganar y de qué manera?
Okay, so vou falar pro pessoal aqui. So same thing. Can you just elaborate a little bit for the Latin American crowd? What do you think is going to happen between Volkanovski and Topuria, and how do you think it's going to go down?
Yeah, now for los hermanos. I got it with Topuria. Topuria gonna win. Ok.
Gracias.
Eu jogo com a plateia.
I play for the crowd, he said.
Alex, right down here to your left.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good, very good.
Yeah, you seem to just be in such a good place mentally going this week. I know there was, a lot of questions last time, but do you feel like that's kind of a distant memory at this point?
Oh, yeah, it is, play on, move on, you know what I mean? It's, like you can't win them all, you know what I mean? Like if I've got a job in front or a goal ahead, that's it, locked in, focused on that. So completely forget about that. I'm a realist, man. Like I understand the situation. Okay, no worries, move on. You know what I mean? Like it's not like, you got caught. Islam did a great job, caught me. You know what I mean? Play on, move on.
Yeah, and right now you're one of 4 fighters in UFC history who's made a successful title defense after a loss, and now you could become the only one to do it twice.
Okay.
Is that like a kind of show of the perseverance you could have, and the highs and the lows, but what you can overcome personally?
Oh, of course, because that's always a good story. They're whenever there's movies, there's got to be adversities. You know what I mean? And that's why this is the perfect fight, coming off what happened. Everyone see me at my lowest. Now I get to bounce back and, fight this undefeated prospect that everyone thinks, like me, I'm 35, all these narratives, beautiful. It's perfect, perfect story, and the hype's there. He's doing a great job. I just need to go out there, be the experienced guy that goes out there and shows him what's up, you know what I mean? So it's perfect for me. So I just get to relax, enjoy fight week, and remind everyone.
Have you ever had an opponent make you feel this way? I know you're kind of pretty even keel and stuff, but he's been saying a lot of stuff. I'm sure it makes it easier to get out of bed every day and train and things like that. But has anyone kind of motivated you in this way that he's approaching you?
I don't like I do. It's just weird. Like it doesn't get under my skin or anything like that at all. It just like I said, I'm sort of happy and thankful. I'm like, oh, cheers, you know what I mean? Like you could do all that, build the hype, say what you want. All I need to do is, again, be that veteran, be that experienced guy that goes out there and just shows you what's up. And then that's just the perfect ending to that story, you know what I mean? And he's doing a great job. So I'm like, cheers, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I enjoy it. I really do. So it doesn't get under my skin. There's so many reasons for me to be motivated. As I've always said, I'm disciplined. I'm going to turn up in the gym. If I've got a job or a goal ahead, that's it. I'm locked in. But it was easy. Coming off a loss. People with this, 35-year-old thing or, whatever it is, like all these narratives, I love it. You know what I mean? Everyone knows I thrive in these moments. When people doubt me, it's the best.
You mentioned motivations. I want to know if this tweet from UFC 264 is the motivation in this fight at all. Thought I'd bet a little money on Ryan Hall and accidentally added an extra 0, so we're winning big or losing big tonight.
Yeah, I remember that actually. So I didn't... I think he might have replied back then as well, and he was dirty that I didn't know who he was. But I was like, chill out, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I know I think that's he just thought he was always a superstar, I guess. But I'm like, mate, it wasn't a harsh dig at you. I'm like, I'm the one who lost money, mate. What are you angry about?
Do you remember how much you put on that?
No, it wasn't too much anyway. But I mean, obviously, an extra 0 more than I wanted.
Yeah, for sure. And just last thing for me, you get through him, same
so
question.
There's definitely a couple or a few 0s.
And you get through Ilia, you're going to get the same questions again. Who's left for Volk at 45, right? He's kind of done it all. Are you looking at other people out there? Movsar, has anyone impressed you of late that you feel makes sense, or is lightweight kind of the goal again?
I mean, it's just, I guess whatever's next is whatever's next. I do want a clear guy. It's... After I take Ilia's 0, I mean, taking someone else's 0s, that might be the trend after that. We'll see. But, I'm confident I'll take out anyone. So whoever it is, bring it on. But, I guess it's not too clear right now. So we'll see what's next.
Yeah, and actually just one more. You talked last time at the media day about the EA cover curse. It obviously didn't go your way. How do you feel about coming into that one? Do you feel like it's still a thing that you need to overcome?
Man, I don't look at obviously all these things. It's funny. Like I'll play into them. I'll muck around with them and that. But I look at the facts and what really happens. You know what I mean? Like I don't think a UFC cover. I'll probably look more at 11 days notice or preparation or something more than I would at a UFC cover, you know what I mean? So it's just, it is what it is, Obviously, that's why everyone thought it was a bad idea at the start. Who wants to take on Islam on 11 days notice? I told myself I could do it, and I was wrong.
Alex, there are obviously lots of times in your career that you've been considered the underdog, but I don't know if I've ever sensed a time before a fight, maybe because of the loss, where everyone's really sort of saying, oh, this is the guy to dethrone Alex. Do you feel like this is the most counted out you've been so far in your career?
Or as champion?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so. What about with the Max, the third one? Or probably not. Yeah, this would probably be the most, which is good. Like I said, like I don't like... It doesn't get to me. It's like it's building this fight up, because if I didn't go out there and do what happened in October, these conversations are much different. Believe me. You know what I mean? You can say what you want. Oh, this is the guy. This is the guy. We'll see if you know. Let's post-fight press conference. Yeah, it's going to be a totally different conversation. You're going to be all of a sudden saying, man, what are you going to do at featherweight? There's nothing left for you. Look what you're doing to these guys. So that's how I'm looking at this fight. Again, I prepared properly. I'm ready, you know, for a young, hungry prospect to come and bring a fight. But I won't be surprised, and you shouldn't be surprised if I make it look easy. I'm not saying that's exactly how it is. I'm not cocky like that. I prepared properly, but if he doesn't land a punch and I ragdoll him and make him look like nothing in there, you shouldn't be surprised. And I guarantee you, even though all this talk, post-fight press conference, you're just sitting there saying like, oh yeah, he didn't stand a chance. And the tone is going to be totally different. Yeah. But I'm glad it's not, because I want the hype. So keep saying all that stuff. You're saying the right stuff anyway.
He was actually here a while ago, and he was breaking down your skills, and he was saying that, you know, he's seen it before. You throw kicks, you follow up punches, and you try and push them to the cage, and that's all you have. I don't know if you look at, you're obviously considered a very cerebral fighter who can break things down meticulously. Do you think he is that, or do you think he's almost a bit more raw and sort of brute strength, and it isn't actually that sort of as thought out as you?
Well, him just saying that, like he doesn't know the details, like, you know what I mean? Then I know for a fact he does not understand the game like me. So for him to just think that I'm just kicking, like, you know, and doesn't understand timing, the distance, you know, there's so many different layers there. Like, if you don't understand that, mate, I'm going to mop the floor with you this weekend. So hopefully that's just all talk. Otherwise, it's going to be a walk in the park for me.
He's one of these young guys, right, who has that sort of bravado and stuff like that. Do you think that could potentially work against him, right? If he's already calling himself champion, do you think he could go in there almost having thought he's done it before he's done it, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, look, man, he's probably just playing the game. He's probably just doing a great job. Good on him. Like I said, I appreciate it. But, yeah, I mean, like, the good thing is hype. He's doing all that, like, but it can bite you in the ass, mate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, could you imagine what it's going to be like, you know? Once I get my hand raised, I'm wearing that belt, and like, because, you know, playing the whole superstar thing, and like, look, yeah, I'm going to do this, Conor McGregor, no top guys are going to, you know, just all this sort of stuff, and you go out there and, mate, everyone's going to completely forget about you, man. It's going to hurt. That's going to hurt him a lot. You know, how does he bounce back from that? Yeah, but I mean, like I think he's just playing the game. He's probably clever. He's smart. Like, he's just playing the game. He's probably preparing properly. Knowing that, all right, I know I'm talking a lot, this can go really good or can go really bad, but yeah, I think he's just playing the game well.
Last one from me, I saw you had a truce with Henry Cejudo. Curious if it was fun to get back with him after some of the things he said, you said. Was it cool to put it?
Well, yeah, well, I mean, obviously, I had that conversation with you. I'm just like, if he did do that, like, I still don't know. Like, look, I'm an easy going guy, you know what I mean? Like, but like I said, for that to happen, to do it on camera, like, you know, that's why I was just like, as I said, I was like, man, what the fuck, yeah. But yeah, he reckons it was a prank. After seeing some videos, I was like, oh, I don't know, but you know, yeah. Anyway, we'll see. What do you reckon?
Eric went on the MMA Hour and said it wasn't planned.
So what wasn't planned?
The whole thing that was filmed. He said he didn't know that was going to happen.
So, like, yeah, so he wasn't there all camp, and then bit of backlash.
Yeah.
And slipped you know. Just don't do it in front of camera, man. Like, you know what I mean? You want to do it, like, if it's things that aren't working out. And then if you did do it, man, just own it as well. Like, yeah, you sort of want to feel bad because he obviously regrets it. But, yeah, anyway.
Alex, over here.
Back here.
Over here. Last time at featherweight, the storyline against Yair Rodriguez was, will Volk be able to deal with Yair's unorthodox style? And, you know, question mark kicks, all that. So now it's the challenge of a young and hungry, undefeated contender in Ilia Topuria. So where do you rank Ilia Topuria amongst all of the guys you've faced?
So other than that, what should I be like? At least with when you were saying this with Yair Rodriguez, you were saying the kicks, the diversity in the kicks, the unorthodox style, like all these weapons. You could literally point out all these danger factors because he's shown you that. Now people are just trying to throw up random numbers. So like I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's just funny. It's like people gonna be like, oh, I need to look at, oh, he's undefeated. You know what I mean? Like, what's a big threat? Maybe he's boxing. People could say boxing. Should I be worried about just a boxing style? I don't know. But and you could probably see in my face, I ain't worried. You know what I mean? Like again, everyone has a puncher's chance, and I'm always aware of that. I think the only way I ever lose in this division is someone catching me. You know what I mean? It's wrong to say lucky punch, but someone catching me, I think that's the only way anyone ever beats me. And that's the case with this one. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't showing me things that are other than some good hands that I need to be worried about. You know what I mean? But obviously you worry about it because, again, you've got the puncher's chance. But for me, like I said, pretty much every single time we fight, I make this look easy.
For sure. And so you think for the people that are counting you out, it's maybe because of the way the last Islam fight went rather than purely based on Ilia's skill?
Well, that's what I mean. Everyone's, people keep saying like, oh, this is the guy, but then they keep the facts that they're going off is me coming off a loss. Oh, this guy's undefeated, and they're doing this. Not, maybe some people might touch on the boxing, but, if you think just a boxing style is going to be a big threat to me, then maybe we don't know enough. Look, he's got some good counters. He's very well based. He's powerful. I mean, the power is definitely a danger factor there. But, I mean, you need to land these shots. I mean, like, look at Yair Rodriguez, like how much, think of how many times he lands on people. It's not easy to land when I'm aware and I know what's going on, or land completely clean. Obviously, the last one landed clean. But it's just, like I said, I'm not saying he's not skillful, but he hasn't proved nothing yet. He's going to have to try and prove something for people to really believe this hype is real. But, I mean, that hype is there. Build up the fight. I'm glad. But there's a good chance all that hype goes away real quickly. What was that? Is that me?
Bless you. Fair enough. And so when you were promoting the hashtag Sign Volkanovski campaign back in 2016, did you ever envision that you'd be sitting here talking to us about to go defend your title for the 6th time?
I've pictured myself in the UFC and all that. Maybe not talking at press conferences and that, but I always pictured myself, even before I was even in the UFC. Even doing MMA, I pictured myself in the octagon because I was a big fan of the sport, and I'm like, I reckon I could do it. I wasn't even training at the time. So it was something that I always wanted to do. I started training, and then, it started being real, where I was like, pretty much the #1 guy in Australia that wasn't signed, world champion, things were going really well. I was like, all right, hurry up, get me in there. Like, I just wanted, my first few fights in the actual UFC, way less pressure than the fights before I got in the UFC. Because I know that if I was to lose before I got in the UFC, that's a few steps back. I need a few more wins before I even get in there. I knew once I was in the UFC that, I knew I was ready. So I was like, I'm like, at least I'm there. Like, I know I'm in there, and I know I can beat most of these guys. Yes, there's obviously a chance of losing, but I know I'll get a second chance, and there's no way I'm losing twice in a row. You know what I mean? Like, so that was how I was looking at it. And but it's crazy. It is crazy when you think of that, and then obviously it's weird because it seems so long ago, but it just seems like not too long ago at the same time. I don't know how that works. It seems like it doesn't seem that long ago, but it seems like a whole lifetime ago. So it's like a different life almost. It's weird.
That's awesome. And final one from me. You've accomplished a lot in this sport already. So my question is, before you do end up calling it, whenever you do, what are your final goals in this game? Is it to finally hoist that lightweight crown one day, or fight at a specific location, or fight somebody one day before you call it?
I mean, there's plenty. Obviously, holding that second belt would be great. You got Madison Square Garden. You got there's a few things. Just keep defending, keep winning, keep making money, and keep building that legacy for myself, but for my family as well. So, you know what I mean? So I want to be great. That's why I commit to this sport, because it's at the end of the day, it's all for my family. You know what I mean? And that's all that matters. I put myself through it just so I can get them paychecks and make sure we're set for life.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
So, Alex, between Holloway 3 times and Yair and Ortega and Islam a couple times, which fight in your career do you feel like gave you the most confidence and growth that you could keep taking forward in your career?
I feel like I definitely hit there's a few different ones. You had your Chad Mendes, that was the first legend of the sport, like real contender. Then you had obviously Ortega, where a lot mentally changed there, confidence-wise, in that. That's when I, even inside and outside the octagon, a lot happened after that. So that one, and then Max, the third one, obviously going out there and knowing that I had to deal with, some doubters and people that were always going to say stuff. It's like, I need to close that chapter. You know what I mean? So it was good after that one as well. And then I could feel like I could move on. So there's a couple there.
And then, Volk, I think a lot of the fans just can't stop watching your ad about making fun of being old. First off, great acting. Secondly, can you talk to us, the director, the writers, who brought up all those ideas? It was just beautifully executed.
Yeah, so that was a sports bet idea. Obviously, they mentioned, would you be interested in doing it? I'm like, mate, great, let's do it. That's going to be unreal. And they come up with a lot of it. But, mate, one take, Volk, mate, I'm telling you, all them takes, we finished 3 hours early, did it all in a few hours. Acting was on point, so there might be something there.
Do you have a favorite?
I enjoy it too. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Did you have one of the favorite clips or moments from that commercial personally?
Which one? There was a lot of it was gold, really. Which one was fun? I don't know. Yeah, the taxation office one, maybe. That was fun. Yeah.
Loved it. The final question, slightly more personal. After your last fight, you talked about dealing with those emotions and those nerves and everything else. I'm wondering, in the months since, and since you talked about it, just some things you may be able to share about how you have, learned to handle some of those emotions in between fights.
Yeah, man, I've always dealt with it very good. I've always been, I've always been self-aware. You know what I mean? Very self-aware. I understand what makes me tick. I understand all that. So it's weird because obviously I did touch on in between fights. It gets hard. I said that. You do get uneasy, but I deal with it very well. I find ways, whether it's in the gym learning or teaching or whatever it is, that makes me tick, and I can tick them boxes as long as I'm evolving. But there was just the pressure of obviously trying to be a good dad, sleepless nights with the newborn, coming off surgery. So the pressure just got to me, and I wasn't dealing with things as well as I usually would. And then people just see me after I got knocked out, which I'm glad people still saw that, because it is something that I want people to take serious and understand. So I'm glad people get to see me, and they get to see how I am now and what's going to happen. This is the bounce back. They get to see that, but I'm all good. You know what I mean? I'm very, very good when it comes to that. So usually I'm a rock. I'm the rock of my household. There was just a time where I just wasn't. You know what I mean? And when there's that little bit of extra pressure that all at once, it can get to you, and it can get to anyone. Trust me, the people that reached out, you'd be surprised, or probably not even surprised, because everyone gets uneasy here and there, you know what I mean? But it's just, usually you don't have a camera in your face after you got knocked out while you're there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hola, hi Volk. Me gustaría saber, a nivel mental, después de la última derrota por KO, cómo ha trabajado esta faceta para que no le asalten las dudas una vez dentro de la jaula contra un peleador tan peligroso como puede ser Ilia Topuria.
I'd like to know what kind of work was put into the mental aspect of the preparation after going through the experience of a knockout. So what do you do to actually remove any doubt within your mind that that's not going to happen again?
Man, I'm very calculated. I understand what went wrong and play on, move forward. I don't look at that as being anything other than you know, how I look at that situation. So it was very easy for me to move on. Like, you know, it wasn't like he was just tallying me up everywhere and all this, and you know, I mean, it was just, that's just how it went. I'm all good with it, you know what I mean? And you know, I know how I felt in there, and so I understand that. So it's easy for me to move on. See, I don't want to, you know, like no matter how you talk about this, everyone's just going to say excuses and stuff like that. But like, it just didn't feel right in there. I couldn't let the hands go and pay the ultimate price for it, you know. And that's why preparation is key. And like, we all know that. And I've always been a big believer in that. I told myself I could do it, because that's just how my mindset and mentality is, you know what I mean? I thought I'd be more dangerous. I thought I'd let the hands go. I knew I couldn't go a decision. I'm like, I'm going to get this guy. Like, yeah, this is going to be the most dangerous I've ever been. Yet I couldn't even throw a punch. That's how I felt in there. So, again, it's and again, I don't want to sound like I'm taking anything away, because I'm not. He felt that like I was maybe biting on these. He felt my guard was down, so he still did a great job to capitalize on that. So full credit to Islam. But for me, in that question, for me moving on is very easy, because I understand that situation. I'm okay, very self-aware, as I told you. Play on, move on. Make sure we followed the protocols like we did, and move on, move forward. And then camp just felt exactly like how every other one did. I didn't look at that at all, really, to be honest. It's, I don't know, maybe it's just how my head works, but it's, yeah, camp was great. Well, should have been looking at you when I was saying that, sorry.
Y otra pregunta tenía, es en caso de que Ilia Topuria ganara la pelea, si te gustaría pedir una revancha inmediata y si eso podría darse incluso en UFC en España, que es lo que Ilia estaba pidiendo en caso de que él ganara este cinturón, poder defenderlo en España.
Another question I had, in just the scenario, in a scenario that Ilia actually wins the fight, would you go for and ask for a rematch immediately, and would that be possible in Spain? Because it's something that Ilia has been talked about. You know, I would like to actually be able to win a championship, actually defend it in Spain. Would you be interested first in a rematch and doing it in Spain, as he mentioned?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sweet. But I'm going to go out there and win, and I'll headline Spain. How about that? I'll go there and I'll headline Spain. And you know what? I think they're struggling still, maybe, I don't know. It seems like they could be, I don't know. Whether they are with UFC 300. I know a guy, you know what I mean? It's not too, yeah, it's plenty of time. So just so you know that. Just in case there's anything happening, Dana, Hunter, you know a guy. I'm going to go do business, ruin someone's party or a few people's party, and then I can come save the day, like I always do.
Okay, thank you.
Geoff, here to your left.
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good.
Good. Obviously, being a minute, we know kind of health issues kind of flared up, back up and stuff. Just tell us how you're feeling coming into here, and I guess how it was the right call probably for you to not go through with the last one.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. You know, had some health issues. You know what I mean? I shorted up. I feel great right now. Like this is the best I've felt in years. You know what I mean? Ever since that sepsis thing happened, I've been just dealing with like ups and downs. I'll feel great 1 month, and the next month I just like you know what I mean, crash. But right now I feel like the best I've felt in a long time.
What do you think led to that? Did you find like a different treatment? Did you do something specific that you weren't doing before that allowed this?
Yeah, I mean, just I just got back. I'm like after sepsis, I started. You know what I mean? I thought I could just do things a certain way. I had to really just dial in and focus on like the little things, the little details, like my diet, my sleep. You know what I mean? I used to not take supplements. You know what I mean? I've been taking supplements now, so yeah, I mean, I just been doing everything the right way instead of just doing how I used to do it.
And when you got the call for this, were you kind of just still like lingering with that, being like, I'll just wait till they give me a call, or were you like, I'll be ready in February, everything's good to go, I don't care who it is?
Yeah, like, you know what I mean, before I got the call for this fight, I was already getting ready because I knew I was going to try to get a fight during this first quarter of this year. You know what I mean? I've been at it since like, you know what I mean, October or when, I don't know, but I've been at it since last year. You know what I mean? I'm ready to go.
Yeah, and to get this fight with Ian back, was that just like an easier motivation, you know, knowing that you're supposed to fight in August and that's still the fight you ultimately got?
Yeah, I mean, it's motivation no matter what. You know what I mean? Ian Garry aside, you know what I mean? This fight's not about Ian Garry. This fight's about me. You know what I mean? I want to win. I want to be a champ, and he's just in the way. You know what I mean? He's just another body.
Yeah. How do you kind of compare him to the past opponents? I mean, you fought the undefeated up-and-coming guy, you know, not long ago in Shavkat. What do you see in like Ian compared to some of these elite welterweights you've already faced?
Yeah, he's a solid fighter. You know what I mean? He's in the top 10 for a reason. He's number 10, right?
I believe so.
Am I tripping? Yeah, he's in the top 10 for a reason. So I'm gonna treat him as such, and he has a different style than a lot of the other dudes. But I'm prepared and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, where are you kind of mentally, emotionally towards him at this point? You know, we know everything that happened, but like, do you bring that into fight week at all or fight night at all?
I'm during fight week. I'm cold. I don't have any emotion right now. I'm just I'm gonna hop in that cage and do what I do.
Yeah. What do you make of his striking?
It's good. You know, we have a lot of fighters in the UFC got good striking. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in here before, and he, you know, actually gave you some good credit as far as your skills and stuff. He just said, "I just hope he makes weight, and if not, I'm going to sit in the sauna with him until he does."
Hey, shit! I hope I make weight. Honestly, no, I'm good on weight. This is, I'm on weight. I'm sitting at a good weight right now, and this weight cut should be easy.
Yeah, and so you kind of feel like this is your run, right? The start of like where everything's in place, and this is kind of when you make that run to the top.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. What do you think the path looks like after this for the rest of the year?
Shoot, man. I don't usually like think too far ahead, but you know what I mean. Realistically, you know what I mean. I win this fight in spectacular fashion. 1 or 2 more fights, you know what I mean, than the belt. You know what I mean. I probably can knock that out by the end of the year.
Scott, thank you.
No problem.
Geoff over here. So I want to ask you about this matchmaking. Do you kind of see this as like maybe the promotion using you as a stepping stone for Ian Garry and maybe him going up to the title shot one day, or do you see it as like, okay, if Ian's legit, he has to get through Geoff Neal?
I mean, it can go either way. You know what I mean? This is good for me too. I'll knock him out, and then I'm gonna get some shine. You know what I mean? So it goes both ways. You know what I mean? Winner gets the belt.
For sure. And I know you just said you don't like to look too far ahead, but before you call it one day, whenever you do call it a career, what are your goals in this sport?
To be a champ, man. That's the main goal. Since the day I started and walked into the MMA gym with my coach, the goal was to be a UFC champ. You know what I mean? I'm already like, and I'm here. I can smell it. You know what I mean? I can taste it. So that's the goal.
And obviously, there's a big chance that Leon versus Bilal actually does happen. I know you were vocal in saying that Bilal deserves a shot over any other guy. So how do you see that fight going if it does come into fruition?
I don't know. You know what I mean? Don't ever ask me for advice, like especially if you're going to bet, because I'm always wrong. So I don't know how it's going to go, you know. So I hope Bilal wins so I can get that rematch with him. I think it will be like if I get up there and fight for the belt, you know what I mean? It's me and him. It'll bring in some numbers, you know, since we fought already.
Awesome.
Yeah,
thank you.
No problem.
Geoff over here.
Yes, sir.
What makes you walk out to Sleep Token?
Man, I love that band, yo. I'm a rocker at heart, metal fan, but just one day I just like that song came up on my my Spotify, and I just been in love with it ever since. I actually went to one of their concerts recently over in Dallas. They showed me a lot of love. I got to see their actual face.
Yeah, don't tell anybody though.
Yeah, I was playing. I ain't gonna tell anybody. Well, I already told everybody, but. Yeah.
And if you are to get the victory on Saturday, would you ever consider making a T-shirt with your hand raised beside Ian Garry?
Nah, man, I'm not that petty. I'm just that's low level shit.
Thank you.
No problem.
Geoff, over here, this fight was actually originally announced for a month later. So I'm just curious, with the change in schedule, how did that affect your preparation?
I think it was miscommunication because whenever I knew about the fight. You know what I mean? Usually fighters know about the fights before it gets put out there. Whenever I got news about the fight, it was always going to be on this date at this location. And then Dana got on TV and said it was going to be like a month later, you said? I was surprised by that. I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? But it was always supposed to be this date. I've been preparing for this date since I got word of the fight.
Actually, I got one more. Is there a chance that we see the Power Ranger outfit at the press conference?
Nah, man, I left it at home. I thought about it, though. I'm going to wear a suit.
Yeah, just want a prediction for the main event between Volkanovski and Topuria.
I got Volk, man. I'm Team Volk. Been riding with him for a long time. I think it's going to be UD, unanimous decision.
Actually, I have one more as well. The UFC announced a new signing in the welterweight division, Michael Venom Page. So I just want to get your thoughts on that signing. And do you think that's a guy that'll break into the rankings and cause some action up in the ring?
Man, I don't know. We'll see how it translates. Like looking at him, man, I'm a fan of him, but now he's going to be one of my opponents. Like he's not going to be, but I look at him different now. But we'll see how he does against Kevin Holland, and I don't know how his style is going to translate against another long, rangy dude. So we'll see how that goes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank y'all.
Mackenzie over here.
Hi.
Obviously, weren't supposed to be on this card in this fight originally. Just tell us, I guess, the process and how they called you and what decision making you had to go into you taking this.
Was Tiki, my manager, he called me, and it was actually pretty funny because I was, talking with my fans. Oh, what event would you guys like me to see me on? I'd gone to like Disney on Ice at the Honda Center with my daughter a little bit before. I was like, man, there's going to be an event here. This is what it's going to be like. So I was already like imagining how cool it'd be, but I didn't think that I would get the call so soon, especially because I just fought in November, you know. And then Tiki called me. He's like, "Oh, we got to fight for you." I'm like, "Who?" Amanda Lemos. I'm like, oh my gosh, you know. So I was so excited for Anaheim, but definitely when they told me against Amanda Lemos, I was like, that's a hard one, you know. I really thought that for the perfect world, I think to fight her would be with a good camp, you know, a longer camp. But then at the same time, it's like, how can you say no to this? You know, it's like she's ahead of me. I'm just coming off of a loss. Usually when we lose, we have to kind of marinate that for a long time until we can get a win back in, you know, and to be able to be fighting so soon against someone like Amanda Lemos, who's similar style with the knockout power and everything. She's not so much like crazy movement and everything like that. So I was like, yeah, I mean, she's ahead of me. She just fought for the belt, so I really feel like a good win over her can keep me, you know, where I need to be, where I want to be to get to the belt. And also being here in California, you know, I don't need to travel. It's just right here. So it was almost better. I really always wanted to be that type of fighter for the UFC where they can just call me and I'm always like ready to go. But yeah, just to be able to be here in kind of getting the 4 weeks, you don't really have time to overthink anything, you know. It's just go and trust the process. And I really try to work my physique, you know, my strength and training, and, you know, I didn't focus too much on getting the best technique and things like that. And honestly, I'm not even really worried about how I'm going to look in this fight. You know, I'm just going out there to win and go after it.
Yeah, you mentioned the similarities with Jessica Andrade. Is that part of the allure in taking this, like kind of redeem yourself? Obviously, that was a rough fight, and you kind of want to show you can beat a style like that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely Amanda has a lot, you know, I mean, she submitted, we fought kind of a lot of the same girls. But yeah, definitely the fact that it's not a totally different style, it was like, okay, all the mistakes are fresh in my mind, you know, so I'm really like excited to be able to correct that and show that it's such a big cartoon, you know, a pay-per-view, $298 with the best of the best basically here.
Yeah, what were those mistakes? Like, why do you think that was such a rough night for you against Jessica?
I mean, my two biggest lessons I took from that, I was trying to really show like, hey, I'm more evolved, you know, I know how to be strategic when I need to. I think going against Jessica, anyone who sees her, you know, she tends to kind of come at you a lot, especially with her hooks, but she was coming with three losses where she was knocked out and submitted, all because she was kind of going forward. So we kind of wanted her to do that same thing. I knew that, you know, she's so experienced, so she could come in this fight learning from her mistakes too and being more calm, which is what happened. You know, her corner the whole round was like, calm, yes, stay there, you know, and I'm just trying to kind of just poke at her to get that opening so I could go for the takedown. But I mean, it's clear to me, I kind of just need to be more like Khabib and just go forward. I mean, that's my style, you know, and keep them on their back feet and just pressuring and have them, you know, concerned about the takedown and just me getting close to them all the time. You know, it's almost easier to close them off instead of, you know, being in the strategic and giving too much opportunities for something to land, you know, and that was one of the biggest things. And the second was just when I did land some shots, I got excited about it. And then I landed like a 1-2, and then I wanted to throw like a 3-4-5 instead of like, now's a good time to go for the takedown. Which I think is just really sparring and experience and getting that quick reaction when you see the opportunity, you know, and I get excited when I land it and I want to keep punching more.
Yeah, and just last thing for me, the last few fights you've been very open about, you know, your personal life and all that stuff, which is appreciated, but maybe people questioned if that factored into your decision to take this fight, but hearing some of the other media you've done this week, it sounds like things are in a better place than they've been in a really long time. Can you just kind of talk about the difference between where you are now mentally and with your personal life compared to some of the recent fights?
Yeah, totally. I even said in some of the interviews, like in these 4 weeks, I trained more than I was able to train in the 2 months I prepared for Jessica. So just because that page was turned, thankfully, financially, emotionally, physically, just everything I could, how much I could dedicate to my camp, even though it was a short amount of time. I'm so happy of where I'm at right now. And of course, wins or losses, that's why I never wanted to, anything I talked about with my personal life, I know everyone goes through problems in life. It's normal, For sure, we don't want to go through it with tons of people watching you and stuff like that, But the page has turned totally at a better place in my life, and it's a win or loss is part of life. It could happen. I'm prepared for anything on Saturday, but I'm definitely way more prepared to be able to give my best, and that's for an athlete. That's all we can ask for, It's to be able to go injury-free, stress-free, and being able to be our best. That's why I think that's the best show for the fans and for sponsors and for everyone.
Mackenzie, a little off topic, but the Roadhouse movie comes out next month, and it was shot, it's supposed to take place at UFC 222, which some people maybe speculate because you and Sean O'Malley fought there. Can you tell us anything? Do you know if you're in the final cut of the film?
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about it, but I was there when I watched him recording it. I was watching it live. I was I remember watching Jake Gyllenhaal. I don't know how to say his last. Gyllenhaal, yeah, going. It was really cool, and I remember 222. That's so cool, So yeah, I'm excited to watch it.
And then you're fighting in your home county, whatever. A lot of fighters, when they fight at home, they prefer to stay with the fighters in the hotel. Some stay at home. Which are you leaning towards? To sort of keep your focus going into Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm staying here at the hotel. I actually I was supposed to stay here yesterday. I did my check-in, but I went home. It's 10 minutes from here. So I went back home to get some stuff, and I ended up just staying in my bed, at my house with my dogs. But my daughter Moa, she'll be at home. I'm asking Mom if she can bring her down here just to say hi. She loves the UFC family, and they always treat her so good. So I always tell her, oh, everyone there, they're asking about you. She wants to come and see. And it's good. She likes to see, Mom, how what I do and stuff like that. So she won't be at the fights, but yeah, it's in that mix, you have that comfort of your house. I'll probably still go to my house, maybe change my outfit or get a different, get something like that. It's really cool, but it's a different focus when you have, that hotel vibes. Even just walking around and you're seeing all the other fighters, it's a different energy, and you try and maintain that the whole fight week.
Mackenzie over here. So a win over Amanda Lemos would be the ideal start for you, obviously, for the year of 2024. But what are other goals that you have for the rest of this year?
I would like to get the belt. I really believe even though I'm coming off a loss, I feel like I'm closer to the belt now, just of where I'm at in my life and how much I can dedicate to training and focus on this and prepare for it. So definitely the belt, and also to just, really working on stamping who I am in the fighting world, the fight industry. I would like to make an appearance at the ADCC at the end of the year, come back and going to the ADCC, and that's a competition that I won. I'm a former champion, so it has a very special place in my heart. And just keep working on, I'm not even gonna say my image, but who I am. I know eventually we'll stop fighting. So, and not in my plans anytime soon, but, I want to be, known and remembered, and I feel like everything that we put on the line and all this hard work we go through, we want to be, and I think I've been going to a lot of the events, and I've been seeing Frankie Edgar, DC, some of the people kind of getting into the Hall of Fame, and that's really that's where I want to be, so. Independent, of course, my number one goal is to be the champion, but when I start seeing, the stories and kind of the older generation, getting to the Hall of Fame and retiring and all these things, you start thinking about the long term and where you want to be and remembered as a fighter. So just trying to work on that, see how many people I can try and inspire and motivate, create my line, for women. I have such a huge men's fan base on my social media, so just really trying to connect to the women's too, and the moms and that part too, and grow that part, all mixed in with getting to the belt.
It's awesome. And which one of those stories from those fighters that got inducted into the Hall of Fame stood out to you the most?
Oh man, I mean, I think Frankie Edgar's was probably one of the most that I got kind of like emotional watching it, you know, because it was just to see him. I saw him fight Chito Vera in New York, you know, when in that fight and where he got knocked out, and it's just like I sat next to him and talking to him, and yeah, it's like just to see he's a smaller guy, you know, so I kind of connected a little bit on his style, and it's like, man, how he accomplished so much, and it's just he's still fighting until, you know, just most recently, and it's like it's amazing to see how they can, if you really want this, you can stay in this, you know, as long as you want, and kind of his personality, a father, the way he is, you know, it's really inspiring. So for me, that was one of the stories that I got the most, like, oh man, that they hit me in the heart.
That's awesome, man. You haven't competed in Brazil in a while, so you want to take part in one of the Brazil cards this year? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, for sure, definitely. I know there's one, I think, in May. So thankfully, I'm able to fight so soon, February. Hopefully, no injuries after this, but I would like to get on that card in May in Brazil. You know, my last one there, I kind of got like a knockdown, and then I went to the submission. So I would like to be able to get another great performance. And it was actually one of the times when I didn't make weight. So now that I'm like, you know, had a baby and so much ever, and like a change and everything like that, I would love to go there and have like a clean slate in Brazil and represent down there.
Awesome. Last one for me. Big strawweight title fight coming up soon between Zhang Weili and Yan Xiaonan. How do you see it going?
Zhang Weili. I think she's more well-rounded. From the grappling standpoint, when I saw her fight Amanda Lemos live in Boston, and I saw her, you know, grappling, I was really surprised. I didn't see that side of Zhang Weili. So, at least from my experience of fighting Yan, and she has that knockout power, and she's really good striking. But I think that Zhang Weili will be able to kind of win the fight on most of the areas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Mackenzie, back here. How are you?
Good.
I think some fans were wondering, after Ruka shut down and we see you, you know, on like countdowns or embeddeds, you know, getting some work in at the house, just can you talk a little bit about your coaching and which bodies you do have working with you from week to week?
Yeah, I've been training a lot with Tiki and Paul Herrera at the Huntington Beach Ultimate Training Center in Huntington. Perillo, they've made their own gym, so it's not Ruka, but it's Tenor's gym now. So I kind of got back to, you know, working. It's been like short notice, so he's not going to be in my corner or anything for this fight, but they've been getting me in sparring. I've done some sparring out at Black House, who has been a team that have kind of helped me since the beginning that I moved out to California. So, I mean, the good thing that you're kind of in this through a lot of years, you kind of make a lot of good friends and contacts that are willing to help you and be part of your journey no matter what. So, yeah, and then, of course, my dad, my husband, you know, they're always with me and helping me train and getting me prepared physically, mentally, emotionally, everything.
We talked a few years ago, obviously, introducing your daughter to jiu-jitsu and everything. How is Moa's jiu-jitsu coming along?
Yeah. We were just talking about that. Yeah, she's doing good. You know, it's I'm trying to get her more into jiu-jitsu. I would like her base to be very strong, you know, in jiu-jitsu. I don't know if she'll go into MMA. I'm hoping she doesn't go into MMA, because now I understand what my dad feels like, to imagine your daughter getting hit in the face, you know. So for me, I can't even imagine her big and going through that, you know. But of course, if she decides that, I'm going to support her all the way. But I would really like her to have that base of jiu-jitsu. I think it's important, strong. But like we were saying, she's already like, she'll take it down, but she has to do like a grounded pound before she goes to the armbar. So she's already, I think, because I had her in my MMA phase of my life, she's way more like an MMA fighter than she is like a jiu-jitsu fighter. You know, she'll put the gi on, but she already wants to take it off and punch and elbow, and then she'll armbar you and choke you out.
Would it break your heart if she said to you, "Mom, I just want to focus on boxing"?
Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, I'd be like, what? No. But no, I'll support her no matter what. I actually want Perillo to start teaching her boxing and everything like that. So she definitely is athletic, and it's really cool to see the future generations kind of like already learning MMA as a sport, you know, like as one, not coming from one certain background.
And then final question, obviously you're busy with fight week stuff, but what is Mackenzie Dern's idea of the perfect Valentine's Day?
Yeah, I mean, it's quality time with my husband, just trying to get some time in together because we're all busy, but I mean, the biggest surprise, which I think was good, is like I'm lying down on my bed and then he comes in with flowers and like a teddy bear and balloons. And I mean, my husband, he's kind of like a bad boy style, you know? So for him to have this sweet moment and it melts your heart and you're like, oh, I got him. I got that soft side. So it's really cool to have those special moments with him.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
I was just after a prediction for the main event.
For the main event, I'm going to go with Alex Volkanovski. Yeah, Volkanovski. I'm going to go with Alex, you know. I think I've never seen Ilia's ground game, but I mean, I've seen Alex get out of like, you know, Ortega's triangle and takedowns and all that stuff. So I think he's going to have a lot more, weapons. Yeah. Good. You. Thank you, guys.
And Merab, right here to your left.
Yes.
Obviously, a huge fight, going to try to solidify that title shot, get the win streak to 10. Just tell me how significant this one feels compared to some of the other fights you've had of late.
It's a big fight, but actually it feels like a normal fight. But I have I have a big challenge, Henry Cejudo. Otherwise, it's just normal fight. I'm a professional, and every fight is very serious. Especially in UFC, this fight important like before.
Where do you think Henry is coming into this fight? Because he was here a bit ago, and on one hand he says, if I win, I'm going to get the next title shot, then I'm going to go to 145 and fight for the belt there. But if I lose, I'm done, I'm retiring. So where do you think he is mentally? Like, do you think it's bad for him that he seems to have one foot out the door a little bit?
No, I think he is right place because he talks from the facts. Because if he beats me, of course he will fight for the title because he was champion and he lost against the great champion Aljamain Sterling split decision, and he's big name, a very good fighter, and if he lost, then of course he's not gonna just keep fights, then get again the number one contender fight. Of course it takes time, and now he has a family, he has money, and I don't think he just wanna fight. He wants only gold, and so if he loses against me, of course he's gonna retire because it's gonna take more time to him take this spot again, and so I think he's talking from the facts, and either everything or nothing for him. And that's how his mentality. That's why he's dangerous, because I know he will try everything for win this fight, and I'm sure he's hungry, and I know how hard he wants, because that's how hard I want to, because I never got opportunity to fight for the title, and I wanna have this experience, and that would be huge for me and huge for my country.
Do you think that makes Henry more dangerous in the fight? Like you said, he's going to leave it all out there. Or do you think it's an advantage for you if you go out there and you maybe win the first round dominantly, you can sap some of his will and his energy?
A fight against Henry, every round will be very hard for me. If it's 5 rounds, then I will say like 4th round or 5th round I will be more comfortable. But 3-round fight, Henry will be dangerous any second, and I'm just I'll be just very focused. And no, I think it keeps him dangerous because I don't think. Because I think he's mentally strong. Even he knows, he has to beat me. Otherwise, he's done. And he's fighting for beat me, and he wants the belt. There is no question here. And same thing like when I was fighting Jose Aldo. He was coming from 3-fight win streak when he beat Chito Vera and all other contenders. And if he beats me, then he was supposed to fight for the title. But I beat him, and then he don't wanna go back down to Lara and then keep coming again. So it's gonna be same thing, Henry. So Jose Aldo after me retire. So I think, I don't think Henry wants same thing. He wants to win the belt again after he coming from retirement.
How many times do you think you can take down an Olympic gold medalist in 15 minutes?
Actually, I'm not focused on this because it's a fight. He is better wrestler than me. He has an Olympic gold, I'm sure if we're wrestling, he will beat me in wrestling rules. But in MMA, I think I will do very, very well against him, because it's a MMA, it's a fight, it's totally different game, and I'm focused on win the fight, and I'm not focused on take him down. Because it's a fight, It's not wrestling tournament. It's not Olympic game. We understand he has a gold medal, I know. But in MMA, all I want to do is just win. Even if I have to just kicking all day, I will do that.
And just last thing, we've seen some of the great videos you put out in the lead up to this. You know, it seems like people are really enjoying them. Is this something you're doing because you feel you need to show more of your personality and get a bigger fan base going into a title fight? Or is this just always being you, now you're just getting the chance to show it?
It's been always me. I like have a fun. I like have a positivity. I like. I'm fine to make fun of myself, make joke of myself, and I'm not afraid to people say. Some people, you know, like when 3 years ago when I post accidentally when I break ice and I cut my head, you know, and when I had this video, I posted this. I was thinking, if I post this, a lot of people will say I'm a stupid. Yes, I did make stupid accident, but this is my life. I'm not afraid. You know, that's what I'm doing. You know, I'm a MMA fighter, and this is a little crazy life, and I don't care. And I posted, and then yeah, everybody love it. You know, so and then it's always been me. Just I have the friend now who's helping me with editing, and it's so much easier to do this. I don't have to take a video by myself. You know, so it's so much easy to do with my training. So but the idea is my idea, and whatever was bothering me, like even Henry screw up my last name, and I want to teach him to how to say my last name. Like I want to see that a lot of people too, like my first name and last name same is how you read, you know, Merab Dvalishvili. I think it's simple, easy, and also like when champion called number 6, and the number 6 now calling number 4, and nobody wanna fight me. Then that was bothering me. That's why I make these funny videos. And then now the Henry Cejudo wasn't working with his coach, and I have a video with his coach before, and I added it, and I make funny video with this. So that was it.
Merab, in the newest video that you put out, there's a scene that says how Georgians think I'm training, and it's you in the snow with the full armor. What is your background in like a traditional Georgian martial arts to have like a khrido lead? Do you ever participate in this?
I born in the village Wani, and I was fighting all the time outside. We was wrestling, and I grew up very wild. And then when I was 9, I moved to capital city, and after a couple of years later, I started training in judo, and my goal was to compete like high level, like Olympic, World Championship in judo. But 2008 they changed the rules, and I started sambo, but MMA came up, and I tried, and I fell in love with MMA, and I realized that was my sport, and that's what I should do all my life, and I transferred to MMA. So yeah, so my background is judo and sambo. Yeah.
And so I'm just curious, what have you heard, what has Aljo helped you sort of train for this fight, since he's already fought Henry rather recently?
Yeah, Aljo gave me good advice. Aljo told me to just do you know, just do your style. And Henry is a good fighter. He's tricky, you know. He hits hard. He has good takedowns, everything else. But just do your style, you know. And I was focused of myself this training camp. I wasn't training specific for like. I was training, of course, with my team. I was training, of course, but like. I wasn't trying to bring somebody who look like Henry, who throw like kick like Henry, you know. We was just focusing, just get myself better everywhere. Then I'm gonna do whatever I'm doing best, you know. I'm just gonna keep fight hard, and I'll just give me this advice. Then just be you, and I'll be me.
And what is the reason that you're training in Vegas for this camp as opposed to with Ray and Matt in New York?
You guys know I love my team Serra Longo, but 4 years ago when I first visit Las Vegas and training there, and so much easier, and I have so many training partners, and it's not get cold like New York. And everything is so close and so comfortable, especially we have a UFC PI. And it's very live in Las Vegas very peaceful for me. In New York, I have so many good friends, big Georgian community, and every day I have to go somebody's birthday, or I have to pick somebody from airport, or somebody's getting married. I enjoy this stuff, and I can never say no. So this distracts me from the training. So here in Las Vegas, I'm more focused, and I training every day, and then I like the training time. Like I can go morning practice, and then go to the lunch, and then I can training nighttime again. So New York training, it's only nighttime, and you have to. It's good training, but like morning training session, I have to organize, which is I'm very busy. I'm going. If I need I need special coach for this, and anyway, so Las Vegas is very comfortable for me, like the training style, training partners, and it's but I still have of course I still represent my team. Even I training at Syndicate MMA, I will be always appreciate my team Serra Longo. This time I only have 3 corners. I can only because of I'm not main event. So, and I call Metzera, and he's so cool. Of course, he said no problem, brother, do your thing. And then this time I have this time I have a Ray Longo my corner, Aljamain Sterling, and my coach in Las Vegas, John Wood. So. And because I've been working with John Wood so much, like in personal, and so yeah, that's it.
Merab over here. Do you think the fact that you helped prepare Aljo for his fight against Henry plays into your favor? Like, I already helped my teammate prepare for this guy. We learned from this guy at that fight, and now it's my turn. Now I know more about this guy.
No, it's not like this, Yes, I did help Aljo, but even I was trying to mimic Henry, but I'm not Henry. Aljo not Henry. It's Henry is Henry. He's No, yeah, I did study him. I did watch his fight, but it's still challenge. It's nothing's gonna help me. I have to just do my best and just be me. Yeah. Of course, those little nuances, it's Merab, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna help me or something.
And obviously, there's a big Georgian connection on this specific fight card. You're fighting Henry Cejudo, and Ilia Topuria, who represents Georgia and Spain, is fighting for the featherweight title. So, what were your guys' conversations going into this fight week, and how are you guys feeling in this special moment?
Yes, you're right. This is a big moment for Georgian people. The Ilia Topuria fighting for the belt, and I'm fighting for the #1 contender rank, and all Georgians so excited. Some people are going to watch fights in stadium. Of course, we have a channel like Sentanta Sports, ESPN in Georgia. So many people buy it already, and so many Georgians who lives here in US, they are coming to fights, and then the people are coming from other countries to US, especially for this fight. And me and Ilia, we just happy for each other. I'm so happy for my brother. He deserved, and hard work pays off for him. He's so smart. He's very he's organizing everything. His training camp, everything. He's so smart and strong and hard worker. And me, this is another challenge for me. Even I think I deserved fight for the title. I don't need another challenger. I don't have to prove again that I am #1 contender, but this is what it is. I'm not making this decision. I cannot control this. Yeah, I signed the contract. Now I'm gonna fight Henry Cejudo, and but yeah, after this, we talk after, because yeah.
Obviously, last one's from me. Following UFC 292, you said you showed your displeasure towards Mark Goddard and the way he stops fights. So,
Yes.
in case you show up Saturday night and he's officiating your fight, how would you deal with that?
Yeah, like I said, I tweet, I have hobby, marcada hobby, because I'm really, when I see him, he's very like a panicking guy, like he's always stops fights early, and then I hate early stoppage. Like as you guys see, me and Marlon Moraes, like some referees can maybe stop this fight, but I came back, right? We all see that my friend Roman Dolidze got dropped, right? And then like many referees maybe will stop him, but he came back and he fought. I'd rather die there. I have a long training camp. I training for this all my life, and I'd rather go out. Like, say me what? I'm there, bro. I'm taking punches, I don't need to save it. I just saw the video, the Margada's fight, and he just quit like this. I'm nothing, man. Yeah, I'm not a guy. I'm a warrior, I'm a fighter. I don't like to quit, If I go out and and you see me, I can defend myself. But if I'm moving, if I'm react, let me fight, okay? That's my tongue, I respect everybody. I just, please, like, I want to tell all referees, please, no early stoppage, I want to be, please let me fight, and because it's so hard, like, to, change after we make result. We all know what happened to my second fight in UFC, Atlantic City, when I made the bell. Ricky Simon was trying to choke me, and I made it. But how I know is Margada was side referee, and he tell the judges and whoever commission or whatever I was in and out, and they said it's a TKO or something. But if I was out, why don't they stop me? If they don't stop me and they let me fight, they should just go to the score, who win the score. So. But the judge, the referee who was in the octagon, he let me fight because he saw me. I was fighting, and my eye was open. I was moving my leg, and things like this, man. It's hard for me because I'm fighting. I'm there, and it's so much easier. Like you referee, and you can stop early or something. It's easy for you, but it's not. I want to fight. That's it. Because I can't control. If you stop, then I'm lost. But I'm in the fight. Understand?
And very last one for me. Obviously, you mentioned that you're out here, or you're out in Vegas more often now. So you are putting in work at Syndicate in Las Vegas. So what is your favorite part about putting in the work with those great fighters and coaches that are inside that gym?
Everything. I love my team, and I'm still visiting back New York, Long Island. This is my second home, Long Island. And of course, I love my coaches, Metzera, Ray Longo. We have a great relationship. We always will be, and I will be always appreciate. But now, I live like 95% in Las Vegas. If I'm visit New York, of course, I'm going training with my team, and then if some teammates from New York fighting, I'm gonna support, go there. But in Las Vegas, there's so many things I like in Vegas. So first of all, I have a beautiful house, and I live very peaceful. I have a pool, I have a jacuzzi, which even winter time it goes hot. I can just jump in, no problem. I can hang out with my friends. And the training, like I said, it's easy. They go morning training, lunch in PI, and training again nighttime. Go home, hang out with my friends. I have a bar in my house now. Even I don't drink alcohol. My friends can come, enjoy the drinks. I'm a Georgian, and then I like to feed people. And it's in New York. Everything is hard. Nobody has time. In Las Vegas, like my friends from other states or even my country, they come in. Everybody come in Vegas. Everybody come in. Everybody have a vacation in Las Vegas, and everybody wanted to have a good time in Las Vegas. So, and then always you can have a nice, good time, have a fun, and same time you can be just training hard. And if you want, you can have a feast too. There is so many places to hiking, or running in the mountains, and like this. But New York, it's hard. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I want to say for Georgians, გენაცვალეთ ქართველებო, ძალიან გზნობთ თქვენს მხარდაჭერას და ეს საღამო აუცილებლად უნდა იყოს ჩემი და ილიას გამარჯვების დღე და ჩვენი ერთად ზეიმის დღე. ამისთვის ყველაფერს გავაკეთებთ, მეც და ილიაც. დიდი მადლობა მხარდაჭერისთვის, რა თქმა უნდა გზნობთ თქვენს მხარდაჭერას. ასევე მინდა მადლობა გადავხადო ჩემს სპონსორებს, Sentata Sports, GA Logistics, ნაბეღლავს და პომანა ჯუს. მადლობა ყველას, გენაცვალეთ. Thank you, everybody.
Anthony, welcome to Fight Week. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man.
Obviously, it's been a minute since we seen you compete. So, is your goal for this year to just get in as many as you can, or what are your exact goals for the year of 2024?
Main goal is to win, right? Second goal would be stay healthy, and definitely want to bang out some fights. I'm not getting any younger, so I need to fucking go get this shit. You know what I mean? I need to make my run to the title, and that's all I want to do.
Sure. And obviously, you're supposed to supposed to fight Ikram Aliskerov this fight. Things didn't go that way. Now you're facing Roman Kopylov. So, how different did the approach change going into this one now?
Same approach as always. You know what I mean? Work my fucking ass off, make sure that I'm doing everything right, and have my coaches to guide me through this shit. But obviously, this guy is a striker, not a wrestler. The other guy had way more weapons, I would say. This guy is a really fucking good kicker, good striker. It does change a little bit, but it was the same game plan no matter what, is gas the motherfucker out and drown him.
Do you feel like as if people maybe have kind of forgotten about you and your skills since we haven't seen you in a while, or?
I really don't know or care. I mean, I'm here, I'm fucking healthy, and it's time to remind the world, you know what I mean?
For sure. And back in 2022 at UFC 273, there was looked like you were going to face Dricus du Plessis I think he was coming in on a short notice or something. Didn't come into fruition, but did you ever envision that he would go on to do what he is now, obviously the champion of the middleweight division?
Look, man, I don't even follow the UFC. I don't really give a fuck what anyone else is doing. The only thing I'm worried about is myself and winning to get to the belt. You know what I mean? Whatever he's doing, great for him. I'll see him soon.
So you're one of those guys that doesn't really like tune in every Saturday to watch the fight nights and all that?
I mean, kind of, sort of. If there's a middleweight on there, yeah, I'll tune in. My wife's a way bigger fan than I am, to be honest, so she watches it every fucking weekend, and of course I'm going to sit down and just watch it, you know what I mean, if I'm around the house. But I would definitely rather be doing anything else than watching TV.
Fair enough. And what's your message to everyone that's going to tune in for your fight on Saturday?
Enjoy the show, motherfuckers.
Thank you. Anthony here. You mentioned you don't really follow the sport. Was that different earlier in your career, or has it always been like that?
I mean, when I was 15, I used to watch like just highlight videos of people get knocked the fuck out. But I had shitty internet. Like I was telling my boy, I had dial-up, so that shit sucked. If anyone got on a phone call or anything, it would just, you know what I mean? You got to restart the whole shit. So really, just I've been an outdoor person. I grew up working a lot, so I understand how to work my ass off. You know what I mean? But no, I really don't watch TV. Period.
Were you doing martial arts when you started to like look at those tapes, or did that get you into it?
So like the way it started for me was I honestly didn't know what MMA was. My dad like wrestled and shit, and we just like always fought around the house. Like, and that's kind of like, honestly, I got into it doing like front yard fights with my friends. We'd fuck each other up. Didn't know the rules. We used to like knee each other in the face and stuff. And then my cousin's like, dude, you gotta check out this gym. It's an MMA gym. And I didn't know what the fuck that was, but we went. I fucking fell in love with the sport, and the rest is history, you know what I mean? And that's, yeah.
Yeah. Do you do much tape study of the opponents, or do you leave that to the coaches?
I watch film, but I leave it to the coaches, you know what I mean? They have that job for a reason. They got like a good eye with all the shit. So I trust my team. I like always have since I was a fucking kid. And it's just follow the blueprint, you know what I mean? Follow the map, stick to the game plan. Obviously shit fucking happens sometimes in the fight and it changes, but get back to the game plan is always the plan.
Yeah, just because out of curiosity, like obviously earlier in Roman's career, he really struggled with people who have your strength in these fights, and he's on this 4-fight knockout streak now. I'm just curious if you think he's evolved tremendously since then, or has he just got some friendlier matchups these past few fights?
Man, everyone in the UFC is fucking good, right? Everyone's here for a reason. But like I said, everyone he's fought is not me, so I'm just planning on going out there and fucking drowning them. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Rob, right down here to your left. Obviously, a big fight week again. These are, nothing new to you at this point, but this one does seem crucial given how the last fight went and stuff. Do you feel like this has kind of got a big bearing on the future from here, this matchup?
Probably not as much as you think it does, right? Every fight to me is do or die. So that's the only reason why losing sucks so much, right? So, but we looked at a lot of things in the last prep, in the last fight, and the way I felt in the fight, the mentality surrounding it, and we made adjustments. And they're going to pay dividends on Saturday.
Yeah, you've obviously, experienced defeat before and setbacks, and you've always been able to kind of recalibrate. But as you kind of just explained there, you looked into the things. Was there stuff that you were maybe overlooking and feeling like, hey, this seemed like it was right until it was proven wrong?
Not really. It's it's one of those things where everything in hindsight's 2020. So there were some things that were suboptimal in the last camp. There were some obstacles that we had to work with and work around. And at the end of the day, the result is what it was. And it wasn't the result we were after. So what we did was we adjusted, we made some changes, we threw ourselves straight back into the gym. And here I am, fight week once again.
Yeah, and Paulo's here as well. We saw him a couple hours ago at this point. Like, is it a little bit of a sigh of relief knowing that he made it in town and it seems like everything is good?
I was never worried, to be honest. But he's here, I'm here, we're fighting.
Yeah, and how do you think this plays out? I mean, you've obviously had multiple opportunities to think about it. I don't know if the game plan or the approach has evolved over time, but as you go in here, like, what do you kind of make of him and assess this matchup?
He's a great fighter. He's been in the conversation of the top 10 forever. Like, he's a good fighter. He's a power puncher. He pushes forward. He likes controlling and dictating the fight through that way. But I don't think he's encountered anyone like me. I don't think anyone has until they come up against me. And, mate, I've done everything I've ticked every box. I've crossed every T. I've dotted every I in the last few months leading up to this fight. So I'm going into this fight just cocked and ready.
Yeah, and obviously it's got a lot of stakes too. I mean, I think a middleweight fight has headlined every card so far this year, and now you guys are the co-main event, a lot of important results and stuff. Where do you think this factors into, I guess, the overall hierarchy of the middleweight division?
The middleweight division's moving. It's moving a lot. There's a lot of fluidity in it, and it's rife with opportunity. Winning opens doors. More so now than ever.
Do you have any theories of why in these past few fights no one's been able to defend that belt? It's been 4 new champions in the past 4 middleweight title fights.
Mate, fighting's hard. And I think, it depends who shows up on the night. Honestly, it was like that with the Sean and Drickus. It was like that with Sean and Izzy. It just is what it is.
Who would be a more important rematch to get back for you at this point, Drickus or Izzy, do you think?
Drickus is a sore spot for me because I didn't turn up, I didn't perform, and it's important for me to run that back.
Do you think it's a good idea for him to make a quick turnaround for UFC 300 like they seemingly want to do with him and maybe Izzy or Hamzat?
He can do whatever he wants. What do I care?
Well, I don't know, maybe you want him to still be the guy on top when you fight for that belt again.
Mate, I'll get to him. It's fine.
Perfect, thanks Rob.
Over here. If the UFC does go down that route for UFC 300 for Drickus and potentially Izzy's, how do you see that fight going?
Mate, who can say? No one saw Sean beating Izzy, right? So, anything could happen.
And a big win for you over Paulo Costa would be the perfect start for you in 2024. So what are your goals to have done by the end of this year?
I want to beat Costa. That's on the to-do list right now, and that's as far as my calendar goes.
And I know you've mentioned on Embedded and everything that you're a big video game guy, so my question to you in regards to this is, are there any video games that are unreleased or not released yet that you're looking forward to playing with your family and your kids?
Dragon's Dogma 2. I am frothing on it, and mate, it comes out in March, so that is perfect.
Awesome, good little post-fight treat for you then if that happens, but obviously Australian MMA has grown exponentially throughout the years. But what do you think needs to happen for Australia to kind of shift gears into a higher level in terms of MMA and the continuous growth of the sport out there?
Can you say where, sorry?
Like, what do you think needs to happen for the Australian MMA scene to keep growing more than what it already is?
Mate, have you seen the trajectory of Australian mixed martial arts? Like, it is growing at a rate. It's got to be one of the fastest growing countries at the moment for mixed martial arts. I think it's going, you know what I mean? I don't think there's anything that needs to be done because, like, at home, it seems like an MMA gym is popping up on every corner just about, and we're having more and more MMA New Zealand athletes come out of the area. So, mate, whatever we're doing, keep doing it.
Fellow Australian Volkanovski is headlining this card, so how do you see his fight going?
Mate, I understand Topuria's like, he's a demon in the division, you know, he's a nightmare for a lot of people, but I think it'd be very hard to bet against Volk. Like, Volk's probably the best featherweight to ever do it. He's, sensational. If anyone's gonna back up, it's gonna be him.
Thank you.
Rob, Paulo was in here earlier and he was saying that despite the fact he hasn't fought, he's had like a couple of camps right before the fight fell apart, and so he's improved a lot as a fighter. But do you think you kind of need to have those fights in between camps to be able to put what you've been working on into practice? Because otherwise, if you go in there, could you just revert to type if you haven't been using them in live situations?
100%. It's like a sprinter learning how to sprint by reading. You can't practice that. You need to get in there. You need to test the waters. You need to see what happens. Like, as much as I hate the way the fight played out with Dricus, I learnt a lot from it. I remember the feelings I had in there. So now I know what I need to make sure not to happen again.
Was that a unique experience, the Dricus fight? Had you ever experienced something similar to that previously and you sort of felt, oh, I recognise this? Or was it just completely like, oh shit, I'm not firing when I should be, and so on?
It was different. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Wasn't fun.
You've mentioned a couple of times in the build-up to this that you're trying to bring the beast back and you're going in there to hurt Paulo, not just beat him. How does that look in training? What exactly do you need to do practically to bring the beast out and be more aggressive?
I'll also address, I think people are misunderstanding, it's not personal. There's nothing personal. Like, we're in the fight game. Like, I'm trying to hurt him as a means to victory. And, you know, respectfully, I'm sure he's trying to do the same thing. It's just one of those things where I don't want to just win. You know, I want to finish him. I want to get in there and I want to finish him. I want to put all the work that I've spent months doing and grinding it and bleeding and sweating for to action. And I think that is how I will get satisfaction.
Is that something you can train specifically, aggression? You can just train that in the way you hit pads and the way you spar, or how do you train?
Yeah, I think it's a mentality, I do. I think it is the way you approach training for the months out of a fight. Every time I went to the gym, I was trying to win everything. I was trying to win my pad sessions. I was trying to win my matches, my rolls, my rounds, my spars, everything. Everything I wanted to win. I wanted to turn into a dogfight. I wanted to, give everything I had. And I do think that bleeds over.
Is that just something like the Dricus fight almost can happen and reignite your passion for the sport and passion for training, whereas if you've been doing it and successful so long, you can almost go up and go to work as opposed to go in there and try and win?
Mate, complacency is a toxin. You know, it creeps up on you. You don't realise it's there until it is. And as much as I hate the way it happened, it was kind of the kick up the arse I needed, right? Cool beans. Peace. Thanks, guys.
Hi, Amanda. Obviously, the last fight didn't go the way that you wanted, but it's been a few months to reflect. Just, I guess, tell us what lessons you learned from the fight with Zhang Weili that you can bring into this fight and to your career moving forward.
Primeiro, tudo bem com você? A última luta não teve o resultado que você esperava, mas você já teve alguns meses para refletir sobre essa situação. Então, o que você pode falar para a gente, como é que tem sido esse período e o que da tua luta contra a Zhang Weili te ensinou, não só para essa próxima luta, mas para a tua carreira?
A luta contra o Weili não foi o resultado esperado, né? Mas tirei muita coisa boa dessa derrota. E depois disso, só foquei para a próxima luta, que é voltar o rumo das vitórias e seguir o caminho aí para uma nova disputa de cinturão.
Obviously, the fight against Weili was not the result that I expected, but there were lessons that were learned there, and obviously it's just get back into the winning column and just get back into the track to be a champion once again.
And you were supposed to fight Tatiana Suarez originally on this card. How disappointed were you that she pulled out of the fight, and what did you think when they offered you Mackenzie Dern as a replacement?
E obviamente você estava marcada para enfrentar a Tatiana Suarez. O quão decepcionada você ficou com o fato de que ela não pôde lutar e o que você pensou na hora que te deram a Mackenzie para lutar?
A minha decepção foi de imaginar não ter luta, mas aí a Mackenzie aceitou lutar comigo. E aí eu continuei o trabalho, continuei o camp. E para mim o que importa, ela se lesionou, isso aí acontece, poderia acontecer comigo. Então, pelo fato de eu estar lutando, eu estou feliz e estou focada para dar um resultado positivo.
Actually, a disappointment would be, and it kind of came with the possibility of not having a fight. But it's an injury. It happened to her. It could happen to anyone. It has happened to me before. But the fact that I have a fight right now, I'm very happy about the fact that I have a fight, and we worked and prepared for it, so to come out with a win.
Yeah, and people look at this matchup and see Mackenzie's last fight against Jessica Andrade and feel like maybe you have some similar strengths in terms of your power and your striking ability. Do you look at that fight a lot and feel like that's a performance you can mimic, or do you think Mackenzie's going to have learned a lot and that won't be as effective against her, that approach?
E, obviamente, as pessoas olham a última luta da Mackenzie contra Jessica Andrade e pensam assim, poxa, tem umas similaridades, tem umas coisas muito similares entre você e a Jessica, da maneira como vocês, o que vocês trazem para dentro do octógono. Você acha que tem coisas na luta da Jessica contra a Mackenzie que você pode, talvez, fazer a mesma coisa, quase que uma mímica do que fez, ou você acha que, a Mackenzie aprendeu naquela luta, então eu não posso ser como a Jessica?
Eu acredito que toda uma derrota tem um aprendizado. Acredito que com ela não foi diferente. Deve ter, com certeza, alinhado ali os erros que ela cometeu para não cometer novamente. E eu estou sempre preparada para qualquer situação dentro do octógono. E é o que eu vou fazer sábado, vencer a luta.
I think that with every loss comes an opportunity to learn. And I think with Mackenzie, it wasn't different. So she's probably stepped back after that fight and kind of put some stuff and aligned some things that need to happen for the next fight. So I prepared for the fight to go wherever it may be, and the focus is actually just on beating her.
Yeah, and she had said that maybe the attention she took away from her grappling and stuff maybe made it less sharp to focus on her striking. When you approach her in this fight, do you have the mindset that you can't go to the ground with her at all? Or do you feel like when you see that, you can do what you need to do to either get up or escape anything she does?
A Mackenzie mencionou que talvez o fato do que aconteceu nas últimas lutas tenha colocado muita atenção na trocação dela e não na parte de chão. Você acha que a intenção é essa, você evitar ir para o chão com ela, ou se for para o chão, simplesmente sair dali o mais cedo possível, só porque você sabe que é uma área forte dela?
Eu estou preparada para qualquer situação, né? Meu jogo, eu gosto de trocação, porém eu venho trabalhando muito meu grappling, meu jiu-jitsu, e, cara, meu foco é sempre manter a luta em pé, mas eu estou muito bem preparada para ir para o chão, em qualquer situação.
My game is striking, and that's what I like to do. But I have been training a lot of grappling and a lot of jiu-jitsu as well. And and I do feel that I'm prepared for any situation. But everybody knows I like to strike. So.
Yeah, just last thing for me. If you win this fight, I'm sure you want another chance to fight for that belt. How far away do you think you are? Do you want to rebook the fight with Tatiana, and you think that would get you there? Or what do you feel your path would be back to a title with a win here?
E a última pergunta do Mike, a gente sabe que você quer tentar voltar para esse caminho para ter uma chance de um cinturão novamente. Qual que seria o próximo passo para isso? Então, depois de uma vitória no sábado, você já pensa, por exemplo, eu tenho que talvez ter aquela luta com a Tatiana o mais cedo possível, porque esse é o meu caminho. Qual que é o caminho que você vê para disputar um cinturão novamente o mais cedo possível?
Acredito que eu ganhando sábado da Mackenzie, eu provavelmente vejo se a Tatiana já está em condições de lutar, de marcar uma nova data para gente. E caso não sei o que o UFC vai ter para mim, esperar. Meu foco agora é ganhar sábado.
Yeah, I think that after winning on Saturday, the first thing we need to do is just try to see if Tatiana is available for the fight and to schedule the fight as soon as possible. If she's not able to go, I would have to have the UFC tell me what they need from me. And I mean, the focus right now is to beat her on Saturday and go from there.
Over here, looks like the UFC might be returning to Brazil real soon here. So is that your goal to compete on that card, or is that not really on your bucket list for this year?
E sabe-se que a ideia do UFC é voltar para o Brasil agora, já nesse ano, em breve. Seria uma intenção tua lutar no Brasil, uma próxima luta, ou uma coisa que você gostaria de fazer nesse ano, lutar no Brasil? Tá na lista?
Com certeza, né? Ganhando da Mackenzie, eu gostaria muito de lutar no Brasil, com certeza.
Yeah, beating Mackenzie, surely. After beating Mackenzie, I would love to actually have an opportunity to fight in Brazil.
Obviously, there's a big title fight in your division. You're scheduled for UFC 300. How do you see that one going between Zhang Weili and Yan Xiaonan?
E tem, obviamente, uma grande luta no UFC 300, na sua divisão, com a Zhang Weili e a Liao Xiaonan. Como é que você vê essa luta indo? O que você prevê para essa luta?
Acredito que vai ser uma luta muito boa de trocação. Vai ser parelha, assim. A Yan evoluiu bastante, mas acredito que a Weili continua sendo campeã.
I think it's going to be a pretty even, a lot of striking there. I think it's going to be a pretty even fight. I think Zhang evolved a lot, but I think Weili retains the title.
Here we go.